Council presents Annual Technical Symposium 2021, 11th to 12th May 2021, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. West African timing. Theme: Successful Marginal Field Development in Nigeria, Holistic Strategy from Acquisition to Profitability. Mr. Austin Olorenshola, Keynote Speaker. Special Guest Presenters: Engineer Saki Awalu, Dr. Amy Jadesimi, Engineer Kelechi Ojoko, John Pringle, Ademola Adeyemi Beru. Panel Section 1: Technical and Economic Consideration for Marginal Development. Panel Section 1: Moderator Ifeoma Fini, Efeom Okon, Wale Olafisan, Akimbambo Ibidapo Obey, Oshibanjo Olimuyiwa, Fred Osivo. Panel Session 2: Acquisition of Oil and Gas Assets, Deriving Optimal Value from Acquired Assets, Valuation, Operation and Capacity Challenges and Solutions. Panel Session 2: Moderator Professor Fumi Iledare, Prince Abangu, Thank God Ede, Emeka Ene, Ifeanyi Izuka, Lare Odusote. Case History Session: Rosario Asadbese, Juliet Imo. Register via ats.spe nigeriacouncil.org. SPE Nigeria Annual Technical Symposium. SPE Nigeria Council presents Annual Technical Symposium 2021, 11th to 12th May 2021, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. West African timing. Theme: Marginal Field Development in Holistic Strategy from Acquisition to Profitability. Mr. Austin Olorenshola, Keynote Speaker. Special Guest Presenters: Engineer Saki Awalu, Dr. Amy Jadesimi, Engineer Kelechi Ojoko, John Pringle, Ademola Adeyemi Beru. Panel Section 1: Technical and Economic Consideration for Marginal Field Development. Panel Section 1: Moderator Ifeoma Fini, Efeom Okon, Wale Olafisan, Akimbambo Ibidapo Obey, Oshibanjo Olumuyiwa, Fred Osivo. Panel Session 2, Acquisition of Oil and Gas Assets, Deriving Optimal Value from Acquired Assets, Valuation, Operation and Capacity Challenges and Solutions. Panel Session 2, Moderator, Ilidare, Prince Abangu, Thank God Ede, Emeka Ene, Ifeanyi Ezuka, Lare Odusote. Case History Session, Rosario Asabese, Juliet Imo. Register via ats.spe, nigeriacancel.org. SPE Nigeria Annual Technical Symposium. SPE Nigeria Cancel presents Annual Technical Symposium 2021, 11th to 12th May 2021, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. West African timing. Team: Successful Marginal Field Development in Nigeria, Holistic Strategy from Acquisition to Profitability. Mr. Austin Olorenshola, Keynote Speaker. Special Guest Presenters: Engineer Saki Awalu, Dr. Amy Jadesimi, Engineer Kelechi Ojoko, John Pringle, Ademola Adeyemi Beru. Panel Session 1, Technical and Economic Consideration for Marginal Field Development. Panel Session 1, Moderator Ifeoma Fini, Effiong Okon, Wale Olafisan, Akimbambo Ibidapo Obey, Oshibanjo Olumuyiwa, Fred Osivo. Panel Session 2, Acquisition of Oil and Gas Assets, Deriving Optimal Value from Acquired Assets, Valuation, Operation and Capacity Challenges and Solutions. Panel Session 2, Moderator Professor Fumi Ilidare, Prince Abangu, Thank God Ede, Emeka Ene, Ifeanyi Ezuka, Lare Odusote. Case History Session, Rosario Asabese, Juliet Imo. Register via ats.spe.org. SPE Nigeria Annual Technical Symposium.
So good. Where's my camera? Where's my camera? Victor, 1, 2, camera 1. The two of them are my camera. This one is my camera. That one there. So if I look this way, I'm looking at the lights. If I look at this, I'm looking at my delegates online. All right, just joking. A very good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Okay. Welcome, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to the annual technical symposium of SPE Nigeria Council. Of course, for those who are joining for the first time, Society of Petroleum Engineers Nigeria Council, and is put together by Section 61, which is the Lagos section of the SPE Nigerian Council, and of course, sponsored and supported by the National Council of the SPE. So we welcome all of you to this event. The event is zeroing in on something pertinent to future development of our oil and gas resources, especially as it concerns fields that international companies would have considered mature or not producing enough yields for their own participation. Now that holds a key to what can happen in our industry moving forward. We're talking marginal fields at this year's technical symposium. Because of the peculiarities of the days we live in, it is a hybrid event. I was told that a lot of people were asking for the venue of this event to come and attend in person, but the council has restricted it to just a few of us who are speaking to come into the room, and the majority of you who have already dialed in to join online. I want to thank you all for dialing in as you have done so early on once we opened the room. We greatly appreciate your punctuality, and we thank you immensely for finding time to come under this very pertinent issue of our nation. About 15 years ago, the Department of Petroleum Resources licensed, as I gather, about 30 companies to operate in the marginal fields. 15 years after, only about 11 of those companies are fruitfully producing in those fields and indeed adding value to the entire value chain of the Nigerian economy. One of them is what I call the miracle of 5,000, which is Walter Smith. Started with just 5,000 barrels discovered in the well when they took it over, and a few years down the road, not only have they increased production, they today are in the downstream, refining products and transforming the community where they do business. A few years ago, I said that rather than children say up NEPA, as they say on the streets when they restore power from an outage, they should say up Seplat, because Seplat contributes a vast percentage of domestic gas utilization for power generation. What about Niger Delta? We could go on and on about some of these indigenous companies that are playing in the marginal field space, this 11 who have distinguished themselves of the 30. And just last year, the DPR raised an amount of money for the government from the licensing of marginal fields. Over 50 companies have been licensed, I'm told, in this recent bid of the marginal field. Question is, what can we do to ensure that these new companies go the path of the 11 successful companies in the marginal field space. That is why the SPE has put together this symposium to look at the successes from these 11 fields, the failures from the others, some of whose licenses have been revoked, and together with the industry, look for ways on how we can ensure that the future marginal field companies would become the Sepplats, the Walter Smith, the Energies, and so forth of our oil and gas. So again, I welcome you. I thank you for joining us. We greatly appreciate your presence. I'm, as always, privileged and honored to stand before you and moderate this event. My name is Richmond Osuji. Again, it's a hybrid event with very limited in-room participation and majority being online. So I'm going to get us through the morning's proceedings. Before I continue, however, there are certain housekeeping that I would do. Usually, when we talk about housekeeping, for a few of us who are in the room, let me just say that the restrooms, the lavatories for men on this floor where we are is bad. So if you want to use the lavatory for men, please go to the ground floor to the left of just by the elevator when you get out there. For the ladies, the one on this floor is functional for the ladies. And of course, would also ask that personal belongings be taken care of. The hotel has given me quite an interesting housekeeping or brief list, but because of the few number of persons that I have here, I won't bother running through the entire list. I will just leave it the few things I will be saying. But please, if anyone in the room decides to log onto the Zoom, I beg you to please mute your Zoom account. If you don't mute it, we would be getting feedback and it will be interfering with what we're doing here today. All right. Now, for the delegates who are joining online, when we begin our engagements with you, we want to appeal that you do one thing for us. During interventions, when you want to ask a question in the Q&A chat box, please kindly do us the favor of putting the capital letter Q to your intervention if it's a question, all right? Or capital letter C to your intervention if it's a comment. The reason for that is we will be sorting through those comments and questions in aiding our moderators to pick out the questions to save time. So please kindly do us the favor of indulging us with this very simple way. Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will just do quick recognition of some of our dignitaries online and on site, and then I'll proceed for day one, and then I'll proceed with the event proper. Let me begin by recognizing online the Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Department of Petroleum Resources and our keynote speaker for day two. For day two, Engineer Saki Anwalu. We welcome you, Director. Thank you for being with us. And of course, we have on site and in room with us our keynote speaker for day one, one of our industry's finest resource persons, who is currently the chairman and fellow of Institute Nigeria. We welcome Mr. Austin Olonshola. Good morning, sir, and welcome. We also have joining us online our African Regional Director for SPE Africa Region. SPE Africa Region, that's Professor Wumi Iledare. We thank you, sir, for joining us. Our BOT Chairman, Engineer Alec Musa, we thank you for joining us. Our Council Chairman, who has made also, like our some of our resource persons, the sacrifice of being with us in room. We welcome our Council Chairman, Engineer Latunji Akinwumi. Good morning, sir. Thank you for being with us in the room. Our Vice Council Chairman, also with us in the room this morning, Professor Olalekan Olafuyi. Good morning, sir. And the Lagos Section Chairman is online, Michael Oyere. Good morning, Michael. Group Managing Director of AMNI, International Petroleum Development Company, is online. We welcome Mr. Wale Olafison. Good morning, sir. And the Operations Director for Seplat, one of our panelists as well as the GMD of AMNI, Mr. Effiong Okon, is in the room with us. We welcome him. And we have our moderator, whom I will introduce to us properly shortly when it's time for her session, Ifoma Fini. Good morning, ma'am. We welcome you. She is in the room. She's moderating the very first session. I'll talk to us a bit more about her when we get to that part. We have Akimbambo Ibidakobe, who is joining us online. Again, you get to know who he is shortly. Dr. Oshibajo Olumuyiwa is online. Mr. Fred Osifo is also online. So we welcome all of you. Dr. Emi Jadesimi will be joining us shortly. We also have Rosario Sobase online. Juliet Imo is also online. These are some of the resource persons for later today. Thank you all very much. But before I continue, I would now pause a moment and do get into the formal proceedings before the event starts proper. This time, I would ask you, wherever you are, to please rise for the national anthem of our beloved country, Nigeria. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We may be seated. We also, of course, welcome all distinguished senior members of the SPE, our former council chairman, our former council members, our current council members who are joining us online. We welcome all of you. We welcome captains of industry who have joined us online. I'm aware that many companies have sent in representatives online. We welcome all of you. Now, in morning's business, we begin to stir our ship into, according to Wood Mackenzie states that 25 largest oil fields have the potential to unlock $9.4 billion of investment over the first 5 years and generate over $38 billion in revenue over the lifetime of the fields. Unarguably, the oil and gas industry will retain its position as a valuable contributor to the economic growth and development of Nigeria. Now, I've spoken about the licensing rounds of the previous years and the success stories and failures that has come out of that. Now, Nigeria's action to deepen the participation of indigenous companies in the upstream segment and provide opportunities for technical and financial partnerships investors beckons on a holistic strategy for successful marginal field development. Now, this symposium, bringing together various stakeholders in the development of marginal fields, seeks to answer the following questions. What are the technical and economic considerations for marginal field development? What are the challenges and opportunities for financial asset acquisition and development? How can optimum value be derived from acquired oil and gas assets? What are the challenges and way forward in offering and obtaining fair market value in the sale of divested oil and gas assets? How can regulations support acquisition and divestment processes in Nigeria? And how can supply chain viability in country be maximized? Now, these are some of the sub-themes and topics that our team of experts, panelists, and speakers will be addressing in the next 2 days. And without much ado, let's begin the conversations with our very first remarks this morning. As is our tradition, we will begin with a chairman's address from the chairman of council. So please welcome with me Engineer Olatunji Akinwumi, Chairman SP Nigerian Council. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Chairman, Energy Institute of Nigeria, and our keynote speaker this morning, Mr. Austin Olorunshola. Managing directors, chief executives of corporations and companies here present and joining online. The SP Regional Director for Africa, Professor Wumi Ledari. The Chief of Trustees of the SP Nigeria Council, Engineer Alec Musa, members of the Board of Trustees, all council members, and indeed all members of the SP Nigeria Council. The academia, esteemed media representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to specially also welcome this morning Mrs. Ifeoma Fini, who's joining us live, and Mr. Effiong Okon, my good friend. So, a few remarks to start this symposium. I welcome you all to this year's edition of the SP Nigeria Annual Technical Symposium, ATS 21, hosted by the SP Lagos section, themed Successful Marginal Field Development in Nigeria, Holistic Strategies from Acquisition to Profitability. The ATS is an SP Nigeria Council event hosted by the 5 affiliated sections on a rotational basis and introduced 2018 leadership of SP Nigeria Council with the objective of capacity and leadership development of our members in the different sections. The inaugural edition was hosted by the Benin section, and it was attended by subject matter experts and energy industry stakeholders. This 2021 edition of the symposium is hosted by the Lagos section and has assembled a record number of speakers and presenters to discuss about a carefully thought out theme and sub-themes around field operations, development, and sustainability in Nigeria. You will all recollect that last year, 2020, despite the difficulties and challenges brought about by the global pandemic, the federal government, through the DPR, launched a marginal field bid round process for 57 fields. One of the stated objectives of the round being to deepen the participation of indigenous companies in the upstream segment of the industry and to provide technical and financial partnership for investors. As said earlier by Richmond and provided for in the synopsis of this event, Wood Mackenzie analyzes that 25 largest of these 57 fields could unlock almost $10 billion of investments over the first 5 years from activation and generate almost $40 billion United States dollars in revenue over the life of the fields. This indeed is an interesting background for this 2-day technical symposium, by the end of which we will be able to answer a lot of questions. The questions and the answers that will be supplied will be compiled to form our communique for this event, and this will be shared to stakeholders of the energy industry in Nigeria as one of our ways of staying focused on the vision of the SPE. To conclude, I'd like to specially express my deep appreciation to all our invited speakers and panelists for accepting our invitation and for finding time to participate amidst your other pressing corporate and private engagements. May I also especially appreciate the tremendous work done by the ATS 2021 committee and the SP Lagos section, for the membership of whom have done a wonderful job in putting this event together. As you all know, it is not easy to put together a hybrid event such as this. Finally, I would like to encourage everyone participating online and in person to patiently and enjoy the moments of this 2-day annual event of the SP Nigeria Council. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you very much, and I wish you a great 2021. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Engineer Latunji Akinwumi, Chairman, SPE Nigeria Council. Of course, welcoming us and charging our full participation to ensure that what we resolve or advise or produce from the next 2 days would definitely get to the powers that be in the industry for appropriate implementation and utilization. Can we please appreciate him with an applause one more time? Okay, we're moving on now to the keynote presentation. And our keynote speaker is a petroleum geologist, technologist, development planner, and economist, commercial gas and power expert with almost 4 decades of oil and gas industry experience spanning Ajib E&I, Shell International, where he retired as Vice President, Commercial Gas and Power for Sub-Saharan Africa. In between, he served Nigeria twice as public servant, first as advisor to the Minister of State for Energy in Abuja, Nigeria, and later as director of the Department of Petroleum Resources. Since 2010, he has been deeply involved in the reform of the Nigerian petroleum industry, in particular as technical lead for shaping and drafting new laws and regulations. He's an alumnus of the University of Ilorin in Nigeria, IMD in Lausanne, Columbia University in New York, University of Oxford in the UK, a fellow of the Emirate Institute of the University of Port Harcourt, fellow of the Nigerian Association of Energy Economists, as well as the country chairman and fellow of the Energy Institute in Nigeria. He serves in non-executive director capacity in several companies in Nigeria. He's also to be known as one of only few Nigerians who has worked across the 3 main areas of the industry, talking about as a practitioner in the oil and gas space, as an advisor to government, and in policymaker. And I'm delighted as always to welcome our keynote speaker us this morning. Welcome with me, Mr. Austin Olorunshola. Sound. Yes, yes, sir.
I'm not sure if I'll be able to see. Will I see the slides here?
Can we, please? Can we go to his slide?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's very good. So I probably don't need this. Oh, great. Yeah. Okay. So let me say the director, Department of Petroleum Resources, Engineer Seriki Awalu. Esteemed colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you just kindly allow me to enjoy the benefits of the eloquently established protocols and just simply say good morning, all. First, I think I'd like to thank SP for inviting me to share my views and experience on how I see what I call, say, the critical success factors for marginal fields development in Nigeria. I think to guide my discussions, I try to just aim for myself some 2 key objectives of this session. One is, given what we see as outlook for energy globally, it may be more accurate also to set a context
for oil and gas within the energy dynamics and situating marginal fields within all that maze. The second objective I see is then to examine the critical success factors for marginal oil fields development in Nigeria, considering all the dynamics in the energy space globally. I have then therefore outlined, if you like, just to take through it in bits, 4 seamless segments. We'll quickly look at the global energy outlook, the impact of COVID-19. It's important to state that because it's also a new headwind to the game, and we can't just push it aside. Then I'll talk about those critical success factors, then I'll quickly conclude. In my view, global energy outlook is decarbonizing. And it is of great interest considering the fact that even life itself, it's mainly sustained by the energy we consume. We all know that the more we grow in power, the more energy the world requires to sustain the economy. We need to keep our body and soul together. So really, the more we consume, the more prosperous we become. And the chart on the slide there simply shows it all. You can see where all the big boys plot. So energy, for me, is one of the most important things to mankind. For about, say, 200 years, since the transition from wood to coal in the early 1800s, carbon energy sources have dominated the mix of fuel sources. In between, precisely, say after the Second World War, somewhere around, say, 80 years ago, there was a micro transition from solid carbon to liquid carbon, which we still have dominant today, petroleum, i.e. oil and gas. But in recent times, another transition seemed to have begun. Of course, that one was triggered mainly because of the climate change concerns arising from excess carbon emissions, far more from oil and gas. Now, although the outlook, even to the next decades, indicates significant fractions of fossil fuels, probably still between 60 to 70%. Oil and coal in particular are forecast to decline significantly over time, making room for more gas and probably, of course, renewables. This transition and substitution is already causing, if you like, a very major change in market behaviors across all these sources. So in my view, the train has since left the station. And players or passengers like ourselves will either have to join and adapt or die and rest peacefully thereafter. I did mention the climate change concerns were the major triggers, if you like, for the current or ongoing transition and substitution taking place in the energy. That trigger has, however, evolved and joined by yearnings for cheaper energy storage, cheaper renewable sources, disruptive technology advancements, and the latest, the imperatives of COVID-19, which I actually talked about. So although the start point was simply climate concerns, that evolution has caught up, and the end game is looking more like energy security and energy sustainability for the world. So it's no longer just where we actually really started. The transition for me is more a race to reduce or eliminate carbon emissions from the planet Earth, not necessarily a race to renewables. And there are two different things. And that is why the industry itself is championing quite a lot of technology advancements. One of which, of course, is the carbon capture, utilization, and storage, which is actually now becoming a reality. I think it was just about last month, ExxonMobil actually announced a $100 billion project. CCUS is actually going to be the largest so far, and there are quite a few already ongoing as I speak. And besides, a lot of progress has been made in advanced battery technologies, as well as green hydrogen and all sorts of technology initiatives. Since the Paris COP21 in 2015, countries have been putting hard stakes in the ground as firm commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Some of them, for example, is the European Green Deal, which I think last month actually reached a major milestone. They actually jointly agreed tougher climate laws limiting emissions targets. December 18th last year, if you recollect, the UK actually announced a ban on petrol and diesel cars by the year 2030. That's 10 years from now, actually. Barely 9 years from now. Yesterday, I read in some papers, actually electric vehicles is going to be probably cheaper to manufacture in the next 5 years than our traditional vehicles, which we are also using. So all these are actually backed up by research. It's not a case of just making a stake and statements. They actually put real initiatives on the ground, and they actually really follow them up. US, China, Japan, everybody, they are doing all sorts of things and actually accelerating the dates every day. One of the ones that worry me a lot is actually even global finance. It's actually really on board this train already. Several finance institutions have signaled termination dates for carbon fuel investments, many of them. Yesterday, the Asian Development Bank in this group, just yesterday. The absence of these so-called green banks will severely impact financing for the remaining oil and gas businesses across the world. And if big oil is affected, what about marginal fields? The big boys that really have the money, the oil majors, they have since resorted to unprecedented transformation of their portfolios, mopping up battery tech companies and opening up renewables largely. Within what is left of their carbon footprints, most of them are already becoming more gassy. Actually, yesterday, the Shell CEO said that within the next 10 years, they're actually going to be having renewables fraction much more than any other energy mix within their own portfolio. So they all have plans to monetize every molecule of oil they have by 2040. So what are we then still waiting for? And in very recent times, of course, since the difficult change of guards in the US politics a few months ago, actions towards reducing carbon emissions have even paced further. As we speak, there are several meetings amongst nations and businesses all around the world. as preparation for COP26. COP26 is going to be in Glasgow, November this year, for yet another major milestone in emissions reductions trajectory. I would simply just say, watch this space. I just use this as a context because when you now go into oil and gas and you now go into marginal fields, those discussions, if you don't take all these your considerations, then they really won't be complete. And you'll see when I get there. COVID-19, like I said, inflicted unprecedented damage to oil. We're still more or less trying to recover. This time last year, I think most of us were locked down, very scared stiff to open even the windows, not to talk of the doors. I recollect somebody came to kind of drop something for me, and I only had to just open the window very, very little to just put it, in so place. It was as if COVID-19 was just going around and just looking for an empty space where to strike, because it was very tough this time last year. But one of the things that events that was quite interesting that time, recollect, there was a 21-day face-off between Saudi Arabia and Russia when they were struggling for market share, and they threw caution into the winds. That 3 weeks war, we probably will not get out of it in 100 weeks. As a matter of fact, I think the latest forecast that before we can get back to the 102 million barrels per day that the world was producing in 2019, will probably be sometime towards the end of 2020. This is just a fight of 3 weeks of an agree. It has torn shirts completely, and the whole world is still kind of struggling for that. That pandemic, but of course, as well as all the associated damage to the economy generally, has caused significant shaking in the oil sector, including, like we see today, reduced demand, supply surpluses, relatively low oil prices. There's a new struggle for markets now because there's a lot of pressure for low-cost production. A lot of companies are cutting investments, assets are being impaired, and financing is not as easy as before any longer. So a lot of the world has changed, even in our own space of oil and gas. So putting all that into context, oil and gas, what then do I see as critical success factors for marginal fields development in Nigeria? Let me start, because of the diversity of participation in this event. Let's start with the simple definition. The DPR defines a marginal field as any field that has been discovered and has been left unattended for a period of not less than 10 years from the date of discovery, or such fields that the president may from time identify as such. So in generic terms, this fields with what I call booked volumes probably considered uneconomic to produce. And for that, and maybe other reasons, have remained unattended for 10 years. Such other conditions, of course, will include things around maybe of resources, the remoteness, technology constraints, environmental concerns, insecurity. But even countries' energy security concerns could actually make some assets to be ring-fenced as such by the president. It's very possible. And of course, price instability. The program, as well, we know, commenced about 2 decades ago, with one of the main goals, if you recollect, was to increase the indigenous expertise and participation. So it was still part of our indigenization drive as a country. And as expected, it has recorded some great successes, as we all know. Companies like NDEP, companies like Midwestern, companies like Walter Smith, Britannia U, Niger Limited. But we also know that quite a few are still struggling since 2003. But marginal fees generally are supposed to be easy to monetize, given all that we know around them, in particular, being already mixed of producible volumes. But that's just the technical bit. They also have additional structural characteristics which even make them much more attractive, including volumetric upsides, attractive fiscals, the fact that it is complete sole risk gives you a lot of control. Okay, you don't have too many people looking over your shoulders, an opportunity to even reduce costs through tiebacks and nearby infrastructure. So it's quite really good. I just showed you a very quick chart on the left hand side there. It's the same field, 12 million barrels. If you operated it in JV terms, you can see how at the end of the day, really, what matters is the net cash flow. You have something like $3 million. But if you operated it as with marginal field conditions and all, you can go home with about 10 times that. It's almost $30 million. So it's quite attractive. And the current status today, it's 30 marginal fields. I like to call them 24 plus 6 because there was a class of 24 in 2002-03, but then thereafter there were some individual discretionary awards which made them 30. We know that 11 were revoked by the DPR not too long ago. 19 are in what I call petroleum operations. Not all of them are really producing, but they are all pulling through. So it's a pass mark in my view. They've unlocked a lot of molecules. They've really given value to the country, added reserves, and the bold ones are even daring to go beyond the upstream, actually doing a lot of things in the midstream as well as in the downstream. So what do I see as a typical process and the kind of considerations or even checklists? This is really now talking to those who want to invest, investors and operators going into the marginal field. The first thing I say is, starting from number one, you must have a very clear understanding of what you are going into. the market considerations, the transparency, the credibility of the award process, as well as the terms of the awards themselves. All these things are so important, even when you are starting with opening prayer. You just have to. Yes, God will bless you, no problem about that, but please take note of all those things as you start. Number two, in order to select fields and follow up what I call investment actions, it is absolutely essential to carry out very rigorous technical, commercial, and financial due diligence. Some assessment of above ground risk is equally very necessary. Number three, if you want to go with partnerships, please make sure you conclude them very early. Okay, you agree very early. Don't wait until money comes to the table. It is too late. In fact, at that point in time, you start tearing shirts. So agree pretty early, agree your financing very early, and participate in all bid clarification sessions. In case there's any issue between you and a partner, please resolve it very quickly in a win-win manner. Number four, in line with the guidelines, which the DPR usually give, register your interest and follow up with necessary technical and commercial bid submissions. Number five, then adhere with the conditions of notification of winning bids if God hears your prayers, and seek further clarification if necessary. If everything goes well, then you expect the final announcement of the winners, and then you prepare for asset takeover, which then leads you to number seven, which is now really entry, and then you execute all the farm out agreements and prepare a solid and robust organization for field entry. Having gotten your field entry, of course, usually then there's a bit more information now you can, because you have entered the house, and then you can even do a bit more. The technical people will tell you can reprocess seismic, you can do all this, you can do all. But with additional information, I will advise you carry out much more detailed reviews, detailed evaluations, come up with a proper concept as well as field plan. And then that takes me to number 9, which is proceeding with procurement services and executing the field development plan itself. Hopefully, number 10, you attain first oil, you commission, you ramp up, you stabilize, you optimize your production, and then you also monetize the associated gas that comes with it. And by 11 is seeking growth opportunities, because don't just sit down there. You just have to sustain yourself, and the kind of petroleum province we are, you almost have to run as you walk. So you seek growth opportunities, whether organic or inorganic, doesn't really matter. And number 12, manage declines until assets reach what I call economic limits, by the time you then proceed to abandonment stage. But with this very intense process, it's pretty long. I will say there are about 8 critical success factors, 8 of them, which you must be very watchful of. I call them 1 + 6 + 1, and it's on purpose. There's 8, but it's 1 + 6 + 1. The first one there, it's basically the promotion and the licensing phase of it. So if you like, and the MC mentioned it already, all that we're still doing right now, is a lot of that is still in there. Okay, promotion and licensing. It has to be clear, it has to be very credible. And I'll talk more details around this. Second is your field selection and determining what you call investments must pass through very rigorous due diligence. Number three is you must arrange robust long-term financing pretty early. Number four, success factor is operating philosophy must be really, really smart and value focused. Number five, you must manage risks in a holistic manner. There are some people only focus on the optimistic side. That's okay. But the risks is really, really, what actually makes quite a lot of people fail. Number six is project execution and delivery. Number seven is corporate governance. Is key to sustaining success. And number eight, purposefully didn't put anything there. Is actually the PIB. Yes, we can't do this completely and get successful without a fundamental reformation or transformation of our industry. And we'll talk a bit more. So let me just take them pretty one. I said the promotion and licensing of fields must be pretty clear and very, very credible. Success actually begins from this beginning. Frankly speaking, if you don't go through this properly, you may be carrying on a lot of issues. But interestingly, all these processes in the hands of government, isn't it? Because they do the policy, legal framework, they do the promotion, and they do the licensing. Yours is just to make sure that you comply, you fall in line. Now, where things don't happen pretty clearly, you need to be a bit careful too. Okay. Secondly, like I said, is the issue of making sure that you have the due diligence in terms of technical and financial capabilities. You have to do all you really need to do, especially the technical side of things. I just simply say proper technical and economic evaluation of all your subsurface is most important. Your development concepts, how you're going to plan your project, how you're even going to operate it, your license to operate, all that must be taken into consideration. And don't forget, if you have some views around the upsides very early, it's also very good because it can actually help to swing some decisions. Financing, there are several structures, isn't it? So it's either equity or debt or structured finance, but whatever you do, just make sure that you go for the ones that best fits your business, one, but also helps you achieve your goals. Operating philosophy, quite a lot of things are changing around operating, and it's essential to be very clear about what philosophy you want to embark on. This will include things like having due for strategic cooperation and collaboration. Resourcing and supply chain models are changing. Stretching the value chain, like I said, beyond the upstream. We have seen people who are daring into that. So, and additional, what I call additional value from commercial interplay across value streams. It's all operating philosophies that you have to watch out for as a critical success factor going forward. Of course, like I've said, Yeah, there are also some specific issues here. For example, if you go into serious gas monetization, you have to make sure that you have credible off-takers to who will pay you, otherwise, you're also. So beyond all those others, this is just the risk element of things, and we all have to be very, very careful with that. Six, like I said, is important to deploy very much fit for purpose organization. In particular for marginal fields with economics, it's most essential to right size. Okay, don't just pump every place with and thank God today there's a lot of technology, so tools as well as processes will help you to actually do things in the right manner. Like I said, corporate governance is always good business. So make sure right from the beginning, your entity is properly governed. And like I said, we must conclude the PIB because whatever happens to big oil happens to small oil. We have to remove completely the uncertainty that is in the air, that has been in the air since 2000. The little chart you see on the right-hand side, I just plugged it in there. Is the production from 1970 to 2020. We got to a peak of 2.5 million barrels per day in 2005, mid-2005. And you can see from that day, we're just going downhill from that day. That red line you see, 50% of that. You can say all sorts of things. You can say oil price, you can say the Niger Delta militants, you can say my grandmother, anything. But the biggest issue here was the uncertainty of investment that the PIB has caused. So we have to make sure we get it right. Otherwise, even if you go for more fields, you will start to see that this thing too will start to affect it seriously. So that said, then let me conclude. I just like to say that I still don't see any alternative to oil and gas in our country as far as development is concerned. So it will continue to remain quite crucial for Nigeria's economy for a very, very long time. But the evolving role of marginal field contribution with mix is quite exciting and calls even for more encouragement and diligent oversight. In particular, marginal fields development could become leaders in the midstream and even in the downstream, which are traditional where you don't really see the big boys like the IOCs attracted to. So I believe if this is well managed, I think we can really see a lot of growth for marginal field development in Nigeria. I just crafted what I called 9 tips, okay, to profitability. I'm not going to read through all, but it simply means be diligent and professional in all you do. Limit your partnerships if it is possible and secure early funding solutions. 3, deploy strong technical and commercial expertise. 4, start lean and minimize early spend. Okay. Then grow organically and reinvent cash flow for growth. Okay, don't continue to just take basic debt. No, the money you get, reinvent it, plow it back. Maximize and diversify outputs. Look beyond the upstream. We have seen people now, and it is quite profitable. Be cost conscious, okay, and pursue growth. Treat host communities as partners, okay? And lastly, commit to good HSE and good corporate governance. And As fields, of course, move into late life, operators must devise new ways, technical and commercial, to grow reserves, production, as well as profitability. There's a raft of things you can go, including hedging, including, a lot of even non-technical value things that you can actually do to make sure that you still retain your profitability. I talked about coming back again. Nigeria, at the end of the day, will have the greatest benefit from oil and gas, whether it's big oil or marginal fields, if the fundamental reforms expected of the PIB actually really materializes. And those key things are the good governance, okay? You just want to have good governance in the industry. Second is attracting investments. If we can get that done properly, then we can then grow, and then you can have a big take in terms of harmony and making sure that all our host communities are properly happy, okay? And then we should scale up and speed up. If you look at the time we're looking at for oil to begin to really decline, we don't have much time anymore. Actually, your investment window, I think, is between now and another 10 years. So you really need to speed. This is not the time to keep assets under the ground. Bring everything out, okay? Bring everything out and find a way to quickly monetize, because in 10 years' time, frankly speaking, the value will have completely gone down. And lastly, like I said, don't forget that there is a lot of global headwinds against fossil fuels, which we've talked about. It will also incrementally affect marginal fields. But there are two sides. On one hand, there's a lot of struggle against oil, okay? COVID-19, even yesterday I saw some people still demonstrating because of emissions. It's a lot of struggle against oil. On the other hand, there's a lot of struggle within oil itself, because everybody now has oil around the whole world. Many years ago, only 3 or 4 sub-Saharan Africa were producing oil, but today everybody has. Therefore, there's a lot of struggle to get into that market. So the dynamics also has changed. And it's really, as it affects big oil, like I say, it incrementally also affect marginal fields businesses. So for me, whatever way Nigeria needs to go, it's imperative to apply a lot of sense of urgency so that we can maximize value capture, particular for marginal fields and stranded assets. Thank you for listening. Thank you, sir. Sir, I should sit down here.
Yes, sir, please do. Amazing, as always. As always, incisive, stimulating, proffering solution after solution. But I think where he ended is, for me, where we should all concern ourselves with. We have just about 10 years within which to maximize our resources, pull it out and utilize, or lose the value thereafter. Thank you very, very much. I imagine that if this was a room full of people, the applause that would have greeted the end of that presentation. But nonetheless, as few as we are here, can we please give Mr. Lawrence Shola another round of applause? Yes. So I will now invite the panel that will do justice to everything that he has said. That will be my next assignment. And without much ado, I will be inviting the panel, beginning with our first panelist, who is a petroleum engineer and started his career as a well-site petroleum engineer with SPDC and has over 32 years of oil field experience in drilling and completions, production and terminal operations, facilities engineering, contract administration, and project management. He joined Omni, his current company, as a petroleum engineer and has functioned in different marginal managerial positions for the company, overseeing virtually all projects that Omni has executed over the years in Nigeria, United States, United Kingdom, UAE, Singapore, and China, liaising with partners, contractors, third parties, government regulatory agencies, and host communities. He has attended various oil and gas management courses within and outside Nigeria, to mention a few, including the M1 Drilling Fluids Engineering School in Houston, Barting Energy Institute in Duncan, Oklahoma, a Lagos Business School, and many, many more. A member of the Nigerian Society of Petroleum Engineers and the Society of Petroleum Engineers, as well as the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, Nigerian Institute of Management, and Ikoyi Club 1938. Zooming in from his office virtually, I present our first panelist, Group Managing Director of Omni International Petroleum Development Company Limited, Mr. Wale Olafison. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Richmond. Thank you, everyone.
Also joining us this time in person, in room, is our next panelist. He joined Seplat in February of 2018 as the company's operations director. He started his career with Shell in 1992 as a reservoir engineer, holding various positions including principal reservoir engineer in the Opportunity Development Center, regional discipline leader, exploration well delivery manager, onshore and shallow water development manager, amongst others, garnering over 29 years of experience in upstream and integrated gas business across multicultural settings in Africa, Europe, and in the Middle East. In 2014, he was appointed as General Manager Offshore Assets, after which he took on the role of General Manager Deepwater Production. In this role, he oversaw significant improvements in the offshore and deepwater assets, culminating in the Bonga asset being awarded the 2016 Asset of the Year and Royal Dutch Shell CEO HSE Awards. And of course, I could go on and on, but I'll stop now to present our second panelist who is joining us live in the room, Effiong Okon, popularly known as Effie. Welcome, sir. Our next panelist is the General Manager Commercial at Oando Energy Resources, and is an experienced oil and gas professional with over 20 experience in the upstream oil and gas segment of the energy industry. Before joining Oando PLC, he worked at Argentil Capital, where he managed an array of oil and gas transactions, and prior to that, he was a facility engineer at Chevron Nigeria Limited. He's passionate about innovative solutions. His contributions in the Nigerian energy sector has included industry collaborations to resolve funding issues in the upstream that culminated in the execution of repayment agreement with the NNPC, a structure for paying subsidy claims to importers in downstream, as well as pioneering a partnership with the communities in marginal field subsector that has ensured safe, productive operations in the marginal fields that Oando operates within its partners. I present our next panelist, Bambo Ibidapo Obey. Ibidapo Obey, you're welcome.
Thank you.
He's zooming in, of course. And then our next panelist is currently the Deputy Manager Operations Performance in the Planning and Commercial Division of Nigerian Petroleum Development Company, NPDC. He has been in the services of the NNPC for about 30 years, during which different technical and commercial functions in IDSL and NPDC, including OML 24. He is a professional manager with special interest in business management, marketing management, health, safety and environment, management, petroleum economics, project management, and conflict resolution. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Public Diplomacy and Management, a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Economists, fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants of Nigeria, and member of other relevant reputable professional organizations. I present Dr. Oba Olumuyiwa Oshibajo. Dr. Oshibajo, we welcome you. He's zooming in as well. And of course, our next panelist, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a production and well intervention manager with HEOSL, where he provides technical and operational expertise to manage and deliver on production deliverables. He has over 24 years industry experience in different regions of the world, including 3 years working for independent oil companies in Nigeria as reservoir engineering team lead and economist. Prior to that, he worked with BP in the UK as specialist gas reservoir engineer and LNG subject matter expert for the $14 billion Angolan LNG project, for which he received the Chevron and Angolan LNG Recognition Award for developing the first LNG and product model. With Saudi Aramco, he provided technical oversight for the field's development projects culminating in the proposal, initiation, selection, and drilling of 45 appraisal and development wells, and raising production by more than 400% in less than 4 years, a feat that earned him certificates of awards for drilling and reservoir management teams. He also worked for Shell for over 10 years, and the major highlight being the Bonny LNG, where he was the reservoir engineer for the project. I present Fred Osifo, our next panelist. Fred, you're welcome. And of course, bringing this all together, the captain of our ship this afternoon, who will get us through this session as our moderator, is an investment banker and heads the oil and gas and infrastructure desk within the debt solutions unit at FBN Quest Merchant Bank. She has over 12 years of banking experience, the last 7 of which has been dedicated primarily towards financial advisory, structuring of project finance deals worth over $6 billion across sectors such as oil and gas, infrastructure, and telecoms. She has led deal teams to execute projects across aforementioned sectors and has garnered a range of skills, including project due diligence, financial analysis, sourcing, syndications, project management, loan credit, and documentation review and facility agency services. Prior to FBN Quest, she worked on real estate and construction projects and managed client relationships as relationship manager in corporate banking. And I present our moderator, Mrs. Ifeoma Finney. It's over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, both online and in the room. A very warm welcome to you all. I am extremely delighted to be moderating this session today, titled Technical and Economic Considerations for Marginal Field Development. Now, the DPR has noted that only 13 of the licenses that were awarded in the 2002 bid are producing out of the 24. So I'm not going to add Mr. Olorunsho's additional 6, but this is this is the initial bid round. So only 13 of those are producing. So industry players and operators have given a variety of reasons for the limited success, but one key reason that keeps coming up is a lack of technical and managerial ability to develop these fields. Now, the very nature of marginal fields makes them uneconomical to develop, like Mr. Olorunsho has said, due to the location, due to production costs, and remoteness. However, we know that because of this, we would need to understand the technical and economic consideration of these assets. The MC earlier noted Wood Mackenzie's report that says that about 9.4 billion of investments can be generated from the 25 largest oil fields So there is significant potential, there is. And there's also significant interest from players. Over 600 applications were received. I am happy today to delve into that key section of technical and economic considerations. And I'm not going to read the bios of the panelists, they've already been read, but we know that they're very experienced in their fields. So I'll just go into it, but before I go in, I'll lay some ground. If you have questions, please leave them in the Q&A box. And if you have questions in the room, please raise your hand. We will have opinions from each panelist, and then we'll have a discussion, and then we'll take questions from the audience. So that's how we'll run. I'll be marking the time as well. So please, panelists, limit your comments to about 3 to 5 minutes. So I will just start with Mr. Olafiso. Is he there? Okay, Mr. Olafiso, if you can just give us in 3 to 5 minutes, based on your experiences, what you think maybe is a key consideration, key technical or economic consideration for marginal field development.
Thank you, and thank you everyone, and Mr. Onshola for doing justice to this topic. You said it all, but I'd like to take something that is key that you mentioned. That's the lead presenter mentioned, which was the technical due diligence.
Okay, Mr. Olafiso, can you switch on your video? We can't see you. That's why I was trying to, if you can switch on your video.
Can you see me now? Can you see me now?
Yes, we can. Perfect.
Thank you. For me, technical due diligence is the fundamental step to understanding the potential of an asset. There are no two ways about it. It ultimately will determine whether a project can be economical to develop, how much money you pay to acquire it, the volumes of oil and gas that can be produced, and what is the optimal facility to actually produce this oil in that solution space. Bidding itself, for me, to interpret the data is just one of the steps. And I think where we miss it at the beginning is in the bidding. Most bidders bid for volume that they've been told, but most of these volumes are contingent volumes. Okay, so when you bid just based on this volume, you miss it from day one. Most biddings are not done on volumes or recoverable reserves. They are mainly on contingent reserves, and this is not economically misleading. The economics of developing an asset and the risk associated with that development should then determine the board strategy or the bidding strategy in order to acquire the block, which most of us don't do. Part of technical due diligence, we should take an holistic view of even funding the asset, not just acquiring it. How do we take it from bidding, from acquisition to production to profitability? And if you don't look at this process, we just bid alone, we are heading for disaster. We're heading for failure from day one. We need to even look at evacuation process. You can bid for a locked asset that you have no way of evacuating the product. It's of no use. And like the lead presenter said, we have a very short time to monetize, to unlock the values of oil and gas hydrocarbon in Nigeria. I would think beyond 10 years, because in my lifetime, and God willing, I will live beyond the next 10 years, oil and gas will still be relevant and it will not be out of circulation. And I think Dr. Onshola will also live beyond that from what we know about him. Financing is a major issue when we are bidding for oil and gas assets, which most of us don't look at. Most of these assets don't have complete data. Some of them that we're bidding for in Nigeria, the marginal field, have only 2D seismic data that are over 20 years plus. They don't have 3D. What is done in other climates of the world is for government to license acquisition companies to acquire this data, and you pay a fee when you're assessing them, when you're acquiring them. So you possibly know more. If individuals go ahead and start acquiring data, it becomes more expensive and it becomes less profitable. For me, in financing, most assets that we bid for do not even have CPRs. So we need to do more work. We need to do more rigorous technical evaluation before we actually acquire this asset. Most of us don't do it because the time given is too short to do a robust and sufficient work of technical due diligence. And this could at times set one on the path of failure because you acquire. That's why you find a lot of people that have acquired assets in 20 years, in 19 years, they've done nothing with it because it's actually bigger than what they thought. Beyond that is high quality technical assessment. We also need to have, like Dr. Austin said, we need to have a lean team, staff lean, and grow it in a geometric proportion. Most bidders bid for the sake of, oh, I need to bid as the highest value, I need to acquire this asset. You must bid based on what you know, you must bid cautiously, you must bid based on data available, and if you don't have data, you must be ready to spend money on data acquisition. That is the process to bid, and that is the starting point for success in marginal feed. Again, marginal feed.
Okay, Mr. Olafiso, I'll just hold that thought. I'll come back to you, and with some questions. I'll come back to you. If I can go to Mr. Okon, who's in the room with me as well. If you can just give your own take on that, yes. Opening remarks. We do have a lot of time to go into the questions, so your initial thoughts, please.
All right, thank you very much. Morning, everyone. Existing protocol as well. Thank you, SPE, for this opportunity. The dialogue continues. It doesn't end here. It's a journey, I'll say. In view of time, I think Augustine already late is done justice to, talked about the 12 checklists, 8 critical success factor, 9 tips to profitability. And I'm just wondering what else do we have to discuss as a panel member? Come in and talk a bit more, few areas just to add covering a wide range of considerations. So I think a few bit to add is, sorry. Okay, hello. Okay, thank you. Technically, to be honest, if these assets were being developed, I think that's where to start with. So it's quite challenging. I haven't really had a lot of experience in the marginal field. I haven't worked Shell on my career, local and international. But the last 3 years, I've come to discover that, in Nigeria, we'll tend to say the on-the-ground risk is nothing. The problem is above ground risk. But clearly, in marginal field, there's a big issue around on-the-ground risk as well. So you're looking at things you have to consider is the ultimate recovery of the field. What kind of development concept do you want to deploy? Is it oil? Are you near to close to any facility so you can easily tie in and pay tariff? Are you onshore, offshore? And then communities. So all this technical stuff, in my view, is technical solutions are not that complex. You can always deploy technology. What tends to stand out for me in the past 3 years, Shell working in Seplat and having done law interaction here, something we tend to miss a lot for me is around the team. What kind of team have you put together? Because the teams are the ones who will think innovatively or creatively to come up with a solution about how you want to develop this asset. A lot of these marginal fields are viscous oil. They require all kinds of vertical lift, flow assurance issues. Lots of water production then comes into it. And these days, you just can't dispose of water easily with DPR. The other one is around integrity. So what I see in Nigeria as well is big issue around, Augustine talked about corporate governance. We tend to underestimate that. Honestly, if you can have a good team, good asset, if people are just there to raise capital and divert that capital to buying private jet and not put it on the marginal field, it's just going to be a disaster. I'm just being pop and plain here. These companies haven't gone off the ground because there is integrity issues. There's no corporate governance. There's lack of clarity around purpose. What's the purpose of these businesses? Are they there to help contribute to economic development, to lead people out of poverty, or to enrich themselves in their private pockets? So that for me is really, really key. We need to look at not just the technical and the economic consideration, but also this whole issue around what's the purpose of all this? Why are you in this investment? So in my view, I think it is quite challenging what I've seen. It's not like the big oil where you have big assets, you can play around. In marginal field, you go in there, you have 1 or 2 well in the field. If you don't get it right, then you can easily raise capital and you go under very easily. And that's what we see today. There are a lot of companies that have come in, they get these fields and they go out to raise finance and they're struggling in terms of meeting the financial obligations. And investors will not come if you really can't deliver on your financial obligations. Those to me are some of the really key considerations we need to think about. It's not just the technical, economic, but the whole thing around what sort of team you have in place and integrity, corporate governance, and what's the purpose? What are you really trying to achieve as an organization that's going after the marginal field. That's the extra dimension to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just go to Mr. Akimbambo.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Anything?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So thank you, SPE, for the opportunity. As the past speaker said, it's ongoing. So as the situation emerges, we'll always have more to say. For me, when we talk about marginal field development and the technical and economic considerations, I like to break it up into two as a start. There are the things we can control and the things that we cannot control. There's one major thing that's out of our control, and that's oil price. So we'll set that aside and say we can't control the oil price. However, to have a profitable investment, we then need to control our costs. The costs in the marginal field have been mostly surface risk related, not necessarily what's under the ground, because before you bid, you have a fair idea of what's under the ground, and that's a business risk that you're usually willing to take. And when we say a lot of these fields are marginal, by definition, they were not going to be the easiest fields to develop, and not necessarily because of the technical aspects. It could be something as unique as having issues with the community or the terrain that makes a field not develop for 10 years and then therefore become eligible to be marginal. And this is where the opportunity for indigenous companies comes in, because we've always believed that indigenous companies, you have an opportunity to have a better partnership with the community to develop some of these fields. We also believe taking longer term views in the development of these assets is critical to being successful in marginal field development. Of the 13 fields that were mentioned earlier, we've been involved in the development of 2 of those fields successfully. They're both producing right now. A lot of the challenges we faced, if I just want to quickly summarize, and then we can get into it maybe in the discussions, around financing, gas solutions. As we know, there's an energy transition that is unavoidable. The most reasonable thing for us to do, I believe, as a nation, is to start pivoting heavily towards gas and looking at renewables. Some of the gas solutions are difficult to implement because of cost and also lack of infrastructure. That's changing gradually, so we need to be prepared to take that on. And finally, the fiscals. So the marginal fields, we like to believe, have better fiscals than the regular JV, but those fiscals could be better. Right now, you pay about 65% in the petroleum profit tax for the first 5 years, and then it reverts to the 85%. So whilst you have a short time to make up, it's a short runway, we believe, and there's also a lot of uncertainty around what's going to happen in the future with the PIB and with financing being more difficult. The Finance Act that's coming now, for example, that makes withholding tax on dividend that was previously not there. So this is really shrinking the available size of the pie. So those are things that we have to keep an eye on in developing marginal fields. I believe it's still very profitable. It's an opportunity for indigenous companies to take a long-term view, partner together, and build our own infrastructure to export, because another part of the cost that's out of your control is if you're exporting through IOCs. So you're going to be charged the cost that you really don't control. It's more or less, it gets, I don't want to talk too much, but then you now start getting into sanctity of contracts with CHAs, the CSAs. Hopefully we get into that in the questions. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll come back to you. You are a successful marginal field operator, so we'll come back to you with some questions on that, and you mentioned it. I'll just go to Dr. Osinbajo. his initial thoughts. Anything to add?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, SP, for this opportunity. For me, a lot has been said. However, I want to emphasize on the fact that early and increased cash flow is very important for marginal field operations. Whatever the operators have to do, you have to ensure that we in place strategies that will enable the field to start making cash flow. And there are technical and commercial considerations, of course, that we must take note of in order for us to begin to deliver on cash flow very early. When you go into the field, data validation is very important. Data has been given, the volume has been given, which is the basis of the bidding. However, it's important for the operator to validate those data. And the keynote speaker made one note that is very important. When it has to do with financing and partnership, it has to be done very early, so that issues of financing and partnership are dealt with, and you can then quickly go into the field and see what has to be in place to begin to deliver on cash flow very early. And of course, when we talk about the technical consideration in this area has to do with carrying out intervention activities, debottlenecking the fields. Some of these fields probably do not even need full capex deployment for you to begin to release or to make cash flow early. So you begin to do intervention activities to see whether we can continue to add barrels from the beginning, as quickly as possible, because that will help the funding arrangement for the field. And of course, we must evaluate and in place evacuation strategies, options. Is there any existing network that the field can tie into to quickly, commercialize or monetize the field? It's very important. Does the field require, is there any existing pipeline? And of course, to tie into existing pipeline, you must take into consideration the loss factor of that pipeline. If the loss factor is very high, then there is no point. Then it means you have to go into alternative evacuation strategies, like putting in place an EPF, modular EPF. It could help. These are technical considerations. And of course, you need technical expertise at the beginning. They are very expensive, but honestly, the earlier you get them on ground, because one of the panelists talked about team, the quality of the team that you put in place to help you evaluate the viability of the field going forward will determine the result that you are going to get from that field. Now, for the commercial consideration, just as I said, getting cash flow early is very, very critical to marginal field development. And the operator must do everything to make sure that this is done. Now, do you want to tie to big off-takers? For example, when you get to, after exporting your crude, do you want to lash in onto big off-takers that can take the volume that you deliver at the terminal, so that you don't have to wait until you ramp up big volumes before you can monetize the production. Now, another thing that must be considered very early is the CHA cost, the crude handling cost, which the terminal operators charge, could be burdensome on the marginal field operator. And this must be factored into the economic analysis going forward for that field. If not, it could eat up on the asset. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, I'm going to just go to the last panelist, Mr. Fred Osifo. I do know a lot has been said, but if you have any additional thoughts before we go into the questions.
Yeah, I just want to share my perspective. I've been involved in marginal bid round evaluation both in 2003 and the one that's still ongoing. I've had the privilege of looking at would-be marginal feed would be bidders. I've had the privilege of evaluating about 6 marginal fees. I've had the privilege of building economic models for 7. And I want to summarize in 4 broad terms what I see as the success critical factors. Even I recognize that my former manager in Share, Austin, has already enumerated them too, but I would just like to single out 4. The first one is, which hasn't really been hacked on seriously here. The first one is the volumetrics, the volume. I've had people talk upside, but believe me, there is even a greater probability of having downside when it comes to these volumes in these marginal fees. Because if, in the first place, these fees, when they were discovered by the major IOCs in the past, they were not developed because they didn't make economic reasoning to go and develop them. So I'll give you a typical example without mentioning any specific name. One of the fees that was put up in this recent marginal bid round, if you DPRO commissioned a competent persons report, and they also commissioned a specific feed report, and then there was the volume that DPRO also had in their database. If you look at the difference between the volume in place for the 3 evaluation, including the one that we now did, it ranged from 2 million barrels in place to 72 million barrels in place. So unless you know a real due diligence, a real sound technical evaluation was done on that feed, it was very easy for people who want to invest in that feed to be carried away by the volumes they've seen in the database that was presented to them. Between the 2 million barrels in Stockton barrels of oil and 71 Stockton barrels of oil from 4 evaluations for the same feed. So that is for me, that is the most critical thing that needs to begin with. Assuring the volumes, to be very sure that this thing you are going to, you are not being led, you are not being tantalized by what you apparently believe is there. Then I would say that the second one is the commerciality. Even after assessing your volumes and assuring them, the commerciality is the next. Because now you have to think of your evacuation plan, because I had Dusty mention about 10 years, and I clearly support that his presentation. Any planning, as far as I believe, should be within the next 10 years. BP, for example, has announced a 50% cut in exploration by the year 2030. They've cut their exploration staff from 726 in January last year to 105 because they are going into renewables. No more drilling in some areas of the world. So within the next 10 years, there has to be a thorough, thorough look at the commerciality of this venture. Commerciality involves your crude handling, your evacuation plan, even your hydrocarbon accounting. So this things needs to be properly assessed and evaluated and rigorously challenged. Then the next is the what I call the strategic.
So if I just cut in, I will come back to you on those 2 last points.
Yeah.
We want to engage the audience now on their first. The panelists have given their initial thoughts, and there's a first poll from the audience. I don't know if are you seeing the very first poll? Okay, the poll is up now. If you can vote, in your opinion, what do you think has been the the cause of the limited success in marginal field development? So I think there are about 5 options there. We just want to hear from the audience and what they think about. Can we see the results? Yeah, been the key determining factor for the limited success of the marginal field development in Nigeria. Okay. You'll let me know. Okay, so that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting to know. Okay, so let's go to Mr. Olafison. I'm just coming back to you, sir. You mentioned technical due diligence when in your opening remarks. You mentioned data as well. If you can just share your thoughts on how important technical diligence is throughout the entire process, throughout the bidding, to financing, to field development planning. If you can just share your thoughts on the importance of technical due diligence.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening again and having me. In the bids for marginal fields, technical diligence to understand the risk is the most critical for me. It's the most critical aspect of developing even the bid plan and strategy. As several marginal fields are offered with only few exploration wells on them, some don't even have their wells tested. The reserves are contingent category in some of them, rather than proven category. Hence, rather than volume, risk and mitigation through effective appraisal before the full field monetization plan is extremely critical. To do otherwise is planning for failure. Failure to consider this in the technical due diligence during bid process will lead to issues that may even make the field unproducible for a long time, to make the field, to make the operator or the acquirer unable to monetize this field for a long time. Getting financing marginal fields that have only contingent resources is a complex and difficult process, and every panelist will agree with that. Especially in the post-COVID-19 era where we have double collision, colliding crisis, and all the rest of them, which Mr. Ronshola has already mentioned. Technical diligence for me must be aimed to develop a clear strategy for confirming commerciality by cost-effective appraisal plan. And this is your minimum investment as an acquirer of a marginal field. You should determine your optimal signature bonus, how much you pay. It's not just about paying to acquire because I want to bid more than the next person. If signature bonus is determined based on just winning in the field, based on just having an asset, on reported numbers without adequate and appreciable due diligence, then the field economies will become too tight, too difficult to monetize, reduce profitability, and increase risk, especially in resources that are contingent. Let me round up by saying that even in the fields that have proven reserves, the entire plan for production, for processing, for exporting of crude oil, for evacuation, even your physicals must be evaluated in the technical due diligence before bidding to understand the cost and proper economies that are required. Especially in this sub-$10 day that both NNPC and DPR are driving. Yeah, they're driving sub-$10 production costs. It's difficult to achieve, but I think with time, with more collaboration, maybe you can achieve it. Technical due diligence, for me, with limited data would be a waste of time. So there is need for us to have more time to do technical due diligence before we actually submit bid. So DPR and government agencies that are in charge of this should extend this time because the time we have is too limited that people have to do quite a lot of work even after acquisition of the field before they can actually develop. What is done in other climates like the Gulf of Mexico and other areas is 3D seismic or more advanced acquisition have been done by other companies and bidders are allowed to pay a fee to acquire them and do a proper evaluation. Most of these fields that we're talking about in Nigeria, 57 that were put on sale of recent, have only 2D data that were 20 years plus older. So you really need a whole lot of work to be able to determine what these fields contain, not just what you are told. And like the last speaker said, data that we acquire from government agencies while we're acquiring this field are nothing to what we need. They are too scanty, they are too small for the kind of investment we're talking about. The good thing is that marginal fields are flexible, they are robust, you can use modular assets, so that gives us that leverage and advantage. The fact that the fields are marginal means that based on the past operators' assessment, there were no clear profitable endeavor, there were no clear profitable paths. So the new owner, we have to find a clear profitable path, and that starts from data acquisition, and that on itself is initiated by technical due diligence. The bidding process itself, the financing, which you need a CPR for, the success of the entire operation will depend on technical due diligence, because you can have a field that has all the oil and you cannot evacuate them, is F cost 90, as far as I'm concerned, because it's zero. And marginal fees, for most of us, we think it's a 3 to 7 year thing. Amni experience is different. We've had marginal fee that we think it's a 3 to 7 years. We've been in this business for over 25 years. In Niger Delta, the more you look in marginal feed, the more you find. So the mindset of let me be in and out should be discarded by anyone who is coming to marginal feed. The more you look, the more you find in Niger Delta. That's Amni's experience. We've had feed before that I won't mention name that were given sub 15 million on our economies, and we've done 3-4 times that value, and we're still going. Because remember, these fields are marginal because the reservoirs are segmented, they are complex, they are small. So you need to apply smart solutions for people to actually produce them, to monetize them. I'd like to stop here meanwhile, and I give the floor to others. Thank you, Ifeoma.
Okay, thank you very much. You made an interesting point there. I'm in the finance industry, and I know that even to raise financial due diligence is extremely important. You mentioned the fact that even what we pay for these signature bonuses should be driven by technical diligence. That's an interesting point. I'm happy I have Mr. Olorunshola here. I don't know, would you agree with that point, sir?
Oh, okay, good. I mean, it goes without saying. I just liken it to the foundation of a house. So, if you want to put a one-story building on a foundation, there's some specifications differently from if you want to go up to 10 or 15-story building. So really, if you get it wrong right from that foundational level, yeah, indeed, you can just go back to your village. Really, there's nothing really to do. But I think I'm back to your question. I think the question on the screen. I will say 13 out of 24, like you say. Yes. I think it's pass mark. And the other 6 I mentioned is 5 out of 6. It's very good results in my view. But one of the things I think we should also talk around is so that we don't talk too much to the past. Is what do we see as the next big thing for the marginal field program itself?
No,
because I think we've had quite a lot of learnings now, good so far, bad ones also. But really, I will be looking for. So what's the next big thing?
Yeah, lessons learned.
Yeah.
Lessons learned. Do we have the results of the poll now? Yes, let's see the results. What does the audience think? Is it up? Yes, I can see. Yes, so I think everybody agrees with us. So lack of the technical and managerial ability of previous 42%. So I think following closely behind is access to finance. Yes, so the two key issues. Thank you very much for this. So there'll be a couple more polls, so please engage with us, leave a comment, and if you have questions, please drop them in the Q&A box. Yeah. All right, so I'm just going to go to Akim Bambo. So Mr. Olorunshola is talking about stories, lessons learned, and you mentioned the fact that you are in a number of marginal fields. If you share with us, the key challenges that you have had in developing those marginal fields and practical strategies, how you've been able to overcome these challenges.
Thanks, Ifoma. Wow. So the interesting thing is, I look at that poll and I'm not sure if I agree. And the reason I don't agree is because every marginal field in Nigeria seems to be different. So being a marginal field expert becomes difficult when the challenges are different depending on the field. I'll give a couple of examples. There are a lot of those marginal fields that did not produce because there were issues with the partnership. So some were forced marriages and others were, just the partnerships that broke down and they've been in dispute resolutions and etc. So even if the field is technically and commercially viable, the partners are unable to move forward. There are others that have been plagued with security issues in a situation where a field can produce, let's call it 2,000 barrels of oil a day, which on your economic model shows that you have a positive NPV given everything you've projected, and you want to go ahead and develop the field. And you have the team. So something else we've spoken about is finding the right technical and managerial team. Luckily for us, I don't want to say this without boasting. Luckily for us as Nigerians, we've been in this industry for a long time, which is very different from a lot of other African producing countries. You can find qualified Nigerians all over the globe with technical and management expertise, and many are happy to come back here and help you. Of course, it's not always affordable, but we believe, at least at the Wando, that's always the best option, is to hire Nigerians first. So the team has not been the most difficult thing to put together. We're all over the place in terms of experts in Nigeria. So back to my story. So your asset can produce 2,000 barrels per day. It's offshore Nigeria. It's economic on paper. And then when you get to maybe your procurement phase, or you find out that you're going to be spending maybe $100,000 a day on security alone. So that's half of your barrels on the top line that's already going towards security. And these are issues that are real. It's not, this is not a hypothetical. And once you face those kind of issues, it's just automatically impossible. So security, and then you look at we have a lot of issues around losses. So you put 100, you put 5,000 barrels a day into a pipeline to send it to the tank to export. Only 50% of those barrels get there, but you've produced 5,000. So these are the big issues that marginal field companies face that affects your crude handling agreement. You are more than likely exporting through an IOC with an established terminal, and their costs are fixed. They've already rated these fields marginal, mind you. So the likelihood that you're going to export through the leaseholder on the block that your field is in is very high. And that is the exact same person that has said that this field is marginal. So it's going to be difficult for you to negotiate an agreement with him if it is his costs that have made it marginal. So that's why I said earlier when I was giving the opening statement that we need to look at long-term indigenous partnerships within the marginal field sector in such a way where marginal field companies can come together to build their own export infrastructure. That way you can have multiple evacuation options, and you can also put a lot of controls on your price in such a way that the kind of unique solutions that are required to develop a marginal field are being you are now able to crystallize those ideas because you're in full control. It's if you do an interesting EPF solution or monopod, I mean, if we look globally, there are 50 barrel per day wells that are profitable in Texas. There's absolutely no reason why we can't have a lot of those if we can take care of our surface issues. And I think to do that, we need to pivot away from using infrastructure that's not scaled for small production to export small production. So the marginal field companies, the ones that have had the experience and produced, and the new ones that are coming up need to be more united in coming together to develop some of these solutions from the wellhead to the tanker, not even to the tank. And in that way, we have to be optimistic, I think, is my summation. All the problems that were faced in the past are surmountable, and the environment, I believe, is continuously getting better with technology and with more information being available. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thank you for that. I'm going to go to Mr. Okon, who's here. And before I just take your question, I'll just ask you if you agree with the audience on the reason, and then
I'm fine with it.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I want to talk about.
Yeah.
So I want to talk about gas now, obviously at Seplat. So we know that most of these marginal fields do have gas reserves, significant gas reserves. If you could just share with us, what has been, Seplat's challenge with monetizing these gas assets and how you've been able to overcome.
Okay, thank you very much. I think just two clarification first, and I'll probably share a perspective if I go into your question. First is, I'm not sure any marginal fields got reserves. We use the word reserves loosely. Reserves means you have technical and commercial maturity, FID sanction, cash to go. All these things are contingent resources. So there's not reserves. Just although it depends on whether you're looking at SCC or which reference. But I think for me, before I go to your question, the second learning for me, past 3 years having left Shell, is look, marginal field it requires a very different approach. I see lots of IOCs, people coming to marginal field. From all the conversations today, there's a whole lot of thinking of, oh, I need to gather this data, that data, technical diligence, all that bit. And we know that we as petroleum engineers were obsessed with data. We want all the gamma ray, neutron density, 3D seismic, all that stuff. It doesn't work in marginal field. In fact, you have to almost reverse the model. For me, what I've learned is the business is cash, right? That's the way marginal field works. So you almost have to say, okay, what do I have now? And like one of the panelists mentioned, can I start making cash today? Because I don't have the luxury of 3-5 years to be doing studies, acquiring data like you do in the IOCs. Some fields that have been there for years. Bongo Southwest, we've been on it for 10 before I left Shell. There's no room for all that faffing around in the marginal oil field. You really want to, can I go in now with that one well, start to make cash? What's the minimum volume there? Then as I generate cash, I can then decide how much data I want to acquire. How do I appraise the structure? What sort of other development concepts I want to look at? So it's almost like reversing your thinking to really say this is a business, it's a war for cash, survival, and how do I? And the thing is, when I talk to a lot of investors these days, you go to London, like when we do our roadshow in Seplat, all these small boys in London, they don't really care whether, like I think Austin mentioned, nobody cares about 20 years reserves to production ratio. When I was chief reservoir engineer, I remember those days when we do reserves audit, you must have R/P of 20 years, and that's how banks come and look at whether they give you money. People want the oil office today. 5 years or 10 years is even too long. So what I'm trying to say that the world is changing, and the marginal field space is a completely different world. But coming to your question on gas, I mean, all the issues we talked about are all part of the challenges to develop gas. Gas is completely different. And if I rank all, and I don't want to go through all the, your subsurface got a very clear bankability of the project. You have GSAs and all that. But the big issue I say about gas is the market. Where is your gas going to? For all you can produce oil, whether you have your own facility, flow station, or you tie into a gas or to nearby flow station, and then put the oil in Bonny or Focados or Kwaibu or wherever terminal, and then there's a tanker up there to take it. Gas is a different ball game. It doesn't work that way. So first you got to find out where is your market, and these people that are going to buy your gas, are they going to pay? I think Austin talked about it. The popular people selling gas today, they're not getting. There's a huge receivables out there. I don't want to go into all that space, but I think overall gas has changed a lot over time. 10 years ago, domestic gas was like 10 cents per MMBTU. Today we're selling gas somewhere between if you're in the DSO market, $2.5 to $3 per barrel, like $1 per MMBTU, like the Azura. So, but the big challenge for me is about market. Is your market clear? And those contracts you have, are they guaranteed? Is it, willing buyer, willing taker, you have take or pay? It's very much complex in that sense that if you don't have that market and if you can't get your money on the gas sense, then I think you really can't move forward in terms of investment. And that's why for gas, and it doesn't matter whether it's domestic gas. So I worked LNG so many years ago. You have to go walk the market, get FID on the market, and then walk back towards your upstream investment FID. And that's the way gas works. So the biggest challenge in Nigeria, monetizing domestic gas, is the market and getting paid. And the all other issues, which I don't want to go into around, we talked about security, infrastructure, also communities. How do you work with communities in terms of ensuring you have a license to operate, having very good GMOU in place. Separate experience is actually empowering communities, making them part of your supply chain. The contractors, they provide services, procurement, contract, build capacity as well, invest in the community, and that way you then have the piece to operate this asset. If you don't have that piece to operate the asset, no matter what you do in terms of investment, how smart, finance, engineering, debt, equity, it just doesn't work. And that's my own view around the biggest challenge we see around gas. So we have done extremely well looking at how we started with Oben, we expanded Oben. Oben today is roughly 5 trains of 75 million scof of gas each. And then the old 2 trains from Shell, 90 million scof. We're building a new train in Sapele, and then Asa North in Imo State, 2 trains, 150 million scof of gas per day each. So overall, Seplat is actually moving towards almost a 1 BCF of gas per day processing company, 100%. That's not working interest. And that's why we believe we're a leading player. We do 30% of Nigeria gas to power now, and we'll probably take this 50-60% stage next year when Astronaut comes on stream in Imo State. So we're proud of that, but there's a lot of challenges. It hasn't been an easy journey. 10 years journey, and we've learned a lot in that process, and we think we're very robust in terms of strategy, in terms of governance, which I think Mr. Austin talked about, integrity, which I think is quite critical for us to be successful. Those are the things I see as quite important for gas development in Nigeria. Yes. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Okun. That was very clear, the importance of gas markets. Okay, we'll go to Dr. Oshibajo, who's at the MPDC. So in a future where IOCs will begin to have a less dominant role, and MPDC may be similar to the national oil companies like the Petrobases and the Saudi Aramco, what role do you see the MPDC playing, and even other indigenous operators, what role do they have to play in improving Nigeria's oil and gas reserves?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ifema. Let me start by stating that the IOCs will always play their roles, considering the fact that Nigeria would require the oil and gas for its development efforts. Even though we are trying to decentralize our economy, we will always leverage on our oil and gas reserve for our industrialization and development. So the IOC will always have a role to play. However, MPDC will continue to champion the realization of the federal government aspiration of achieving the 40 billion barrels reserve through aggressive exploration and development efforts. In particular, in deeper horizons, most of the reservoirs that we have right now, they are considered to be in the shallow play. So unless we do exploration, we will not be able to target deeper plays. MPDC will continue to set competitive reserve replacement ratios. And of course, we'll continue to achieve these targets in conjunction with our partners. Of course, we'll continue to carry out seismic activities, drill exploratory wells, and appraisal wells. Of course, these plans will only come within the context of appropriate plan, which optimize our portfolios. That we'll continue to do with the leadership that we have, and of course, we'll continue to provide that leadership. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go to Mr. Fred very quickly now. What are some of the common pitfalls that indigenous oil and gas companies make in estimating oil and gas resources? And how can we overcome these pitfalls?
Yeah, I just mentioned during my earlier introductory talk, I mentioned about the fact that when companies are evaluating volume, especially my experience with these marginal bid rounds, because the data you have might not be adequate for thorough evaluation. So there is the level of risking that is done is not robust enough. That's one. Number two, in my conversation with a lot of the bidders, many bidders in this round that is just ongoing, what I discovered was that some were even in a rush to conclude that the asset they want to bid for has higher volume than it may have, so that they can, bid higher and stand a better chance of getting the accurate allotted from DPR. So now, just like Mr. Wale said in his introductory talk, the due diligence, technical diligence carried out at the bidding stage, that should be regarded as the beginning, the foundation. So as you do that, you do your initial economies and initial commerciality, but before it comes to reinvestment, there need to be a thorough technical evaluation of the volumes. Just like Efid mentioned, these are not reserves really, these are scope for recoveries, SFROs. Even the assumption behind the recovery factors that will give you the so-called reserve this development will develop in the future, they all need to be technically robust. So I recommend that for any would-be bidder, whatever volume you have, you need to engage the services of well-known consultants who can assure these volumes for you, for them, before they go into investment. You need a high level of technical assurance, because I'm glad that you say you are from the banking sector. The banks are very reluctant to loan money to oil and gas now because of the high level of risk exposure. And most of them, when they are even discussing with you, they are even looking at the maximum of 5 years lending period. So because of that, there needs to be real technical assurance, even if it means getting the service of a standard consultant. When I mean a standard consultant, I'm not talking about outside Nigeria, but even well-known Nigerians who are already outside the industry, who can, the little money we spend on them will save you hundreds of thousands of dollars in the future of investment money that is not always spent properly.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Osifu. Yes, I am in finance, and no banker would lend you money, would invest, or no investor would invest without taking proper technical due diligence, and understanding that you have the managerial ability to profitably develop those fields. So I'll say that. So I'm just going to go back to Mr. Olafison. Mr. Olafison, what are some of the technologies, that have worked successfully in converting marginal fields to profitable ventures? We know, technology is advancing. What are some of these technologies that have worked, especially in other markets?
Thank you again, Ifema. What I'd like to say on technology is it's a function of how much money you want to spend. But the world has gone better, the world has gone bigger, the world is smarter now than what it used to be, at least when we started in this industry, like after NYC 1987. There are smarter wells now, there are smarter completions. Don't forget the nature of marginal field itself is that the reservoirs are segmented, they are small, they are complex. So you need smarter technology that will help you drill smarter wells, that will help you do smarter completions, like can do multiple layers of completion at the same time. And there are various, there are many of them in the market today. I don't want to promote a particular company, but we have used geosphere in the past, we have used smart completion in the past, that in fact, in our system, I can say with all sense of sensibility that we drilled the longest horizontal well about 2 years ago. We have an SP paper on it, and it was due to technology as small as we are. So the point I'm making is that there are smarter ways to do things nowadays that can help you, even in terms of doing wireline work and shorting your wells. There are ways of getting your bottom mode data without shorting your wells. So marginal field operators must embrace technology because marginal field in its nature is nimble, is small. You want to find a better way to do things. You want to be able to do things faster. You cannot afford to wait, like the last speaker said, doing study for 20 years. We are not in a study business. It's good to study, don't get me wrong. But we're not in a study business. When the business of producing oil and gas that have been stranded for years, for over 10 years, and that requires immediate fund, immediate cash flow, and additional funding for us to actually expand our scope. And like I said earlier, in Niger Delta, the more you deploy technology to drill smarter wells, the more you reduce your CapEx, the cost of drilling the well, the more you find new hydrocarbons that were similarly not found before. And then you can go further and further and further. I give an example of economics of a field that was based on 12 billion barrels about 10 years ago. The field is still producing till tomorrow. And that's why I said that. Even though we're thinking marginal fields are between 3 to 7 years in and out, if you are really consistent, you want to stay the course, you apply smarter technology, you can always find new things, new hydrocarbons that were stranded, produce things that were seemingly too difficult to produce about 20 years ago today. And they are all over the place right now. In today's world, we're going to get to a point where we're going to have drilling rigs that we have fewer people than we used to have those days. If you look at rigs today, rigs are smarter today. If you look at directional drilling, they are smarter tools. There are things you can do to acquire data, and there are faster way of interpreting this data in what we call WRFM, your well, your reservoir, your facilities all put together in one room, and you can see a bigger picture. Because it's not sufficient to look at just subsurface problem. You need to look at the surface problem and how they all come together, integrate, and give you better value. So if I go on and on, I might promote other people's technology, which I don't want to do in this forum because they are not paying SP for it. But I know they are out there, they are available right now, and they are also affordable. We have used some, we have done things that were seemingly impossible 10 years ago, even in Nigeria. Yes, we are not publicizing it, but we have produced feed that were given in writing to say that this feed, IOC said they were not interested because the feed is just 12 million barrels. We have done 3-4 times that volume because of smarter technology. That is what marginal field operators should embrace. They should not just sit on the success of what they've gotten. They have to look for the future. As an oil company, if you don't grow reserve, you're going to die. You have 50 million barrels. After producing it, what do you do next? You must grow 50 to 55, 55 to 70, 70 to 55, and keep going. And it is the same feed, you can find more if you look with smarter technology. Thank you, madam.
Yeah, I just want to go back to your point on smarter technologies and how would you balance that with cost? Because we're talking about reduction on the economic side. I do know some of them may be cheaper, but how would you advise operators to balance both?
Okay. My first take is you got to size your field. And that's why we said initially, yes, it's good to have initial cash flow. You need to decide to say, there's a delicate balance between what my feed size is, what my production per day is, how much money I'm willing to spend. And you can always find this balance. Again, any operation that requires deployment of human being is always more expensive, because if you have a remote operation, is always cheaper on the long run than a full funded operation where you have people. I'll give you an example. If I have a platform that is remotely controlled, I do not need to have people in there. I do not need to have power generation. I do not need to have food.
True.
I do not need to have logistics. The supply chain management alone is as long from Lagos to Maiduguri anytime you have one person on a platform. So the less human interaction you have, when you deploy technology, the cheaper your operational cost is at the end of the day. You might not see it in the first year because you are spending money in this technology the first year. I also give another perspective on what we do. All our wells have downhole gauges. If you don't have downhole gauges, what we would have been doing every year is to go shut down the well, run BHP survey, you lose production, you run the data, you stand the chance of losing tools in your hole, you start fishing. But when you are designing your completion in a smart way, you put your downhole gauges first. So you generate this data on almost on daily basis, in fact, on per second basis, and you interpret them. I used to run Amarada bomb into wells, and I can't remember how many of them I've lost into wells. But today, you already have the down gauges there. All you need to do is put a smart laptop and you download the data. This investment was made 10, 15 years ago. So if we're to be running gauges into the well every day, the chances of ruining those wells are higher. The chances of losing something to the oil is higher. The chances of bringing people in these days of insecurity, you have to take people to wellhead. You need to get a boat in there. You need to get a plow. So it's cheaper at the end of the day. It's just the initial investment that people must be ready to take. And that's the way this business is. It's not a 90-day IPO business. It's a long-term business. You have to say 3 to 7 years. It could be 3 to 20 years. What you invest today will pay itself for the next 10, 15 years. And you don't even need to do any investment apart from maintenance of those tools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So take a long-term view. Okay, you want to add? Please go ahead.
No, I just wanted to support Wale, really. So in this business, it's not much about talking about cost. It's actually looking at value at the end of the day. So yes, you could be spending on technology, and whereas people are just looking at it from the cost perspective, we're spending. I'm not looking at it like that. I'm actually looking at what is it going to bring to the table. So and that at the end of the day, then you're actually able to justify that kind of spend. It's no spend that must not bring something to the table. So it's about value. It's about value all the time. It's about value.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go to Mr. Okon here. So Mr. Akimamba was talking about the importance of surface facilities, right? So what challenges have you encountered with pipelines, production facilities, gathering systems, and what are the key solutions that can address these challenges in your experience?
Okay, thanks. I think I'll just probably break it into the 3 parts. You've got pipelines, like you rightly mentioned, then the production facilities and the gathering stations. They all have unique challenges. But let me start with this. So for gathering station and production flow stations, I think those are very easy because these marginal fields are probably very, very, I've been to quite a number of them. Walter Smith, for example, my friend Chike, MD for Walter Smith, I've seen their facility. It's also very close to our Haji South EPF in the east. They're actually very simple systems, not complex at all. So you have pneumatic systems, basic well, 1 or 2 well flow line to small gathering station, and they tend to run at very, very high availability. And that's the beauty around the facilities themselves, production facility and gathering station. The 2 areas I know a lot of companies struggle here, even IOCs, is when it comes to rotating equipment, it can be a bit of a challenge. So compressors and pumps tend to be a big issue. But now, technology has changed so much that, with surveillance and a lot of these units, you can actually put sensors on them. And in the office, you can begin to monitor trend in terms of vibration, temperature, and the algorithms built already to predict failures. And when you have failures, you have very good RCFA. You can actually build models. And for compressors, for example, there are all kinds of AI built into them now that you can actually predict before they fail. So you can do your overhauls on time and therefore keep your availability at a very high level, say 95%, which is pretty much a top quartile. So we don't see lots of problems in the gathering station or the facilities. The biggest issue we have is in pipeline. And pipeline because of sabotage. And if you look at how these assets are operated in Niger Delta, you have your boundaries. So you can have a facility, you have boundary around it, so you can put gunboats or whatever you like, security, and therefore it's safe. Also, you work a lot with communities, to ensure that you have the freedom to operate. There's GMOU, there are all kinds of framework that gives you that. The biggest headache challenge is pipelines. So once the oil leaves your facility, and it goes through all kinds of infrastructure, depends on where you are. If you are in the east, for example, maybe you go into the TNP network, which goes to Bonny, or the Ajib network that goes to Brass, or NCTL goes to Bonny as well. Or if you're in the western part of the country, you're looking at going to the TFP, which is managed by Heritage, that goes to Bonny, to Focado's terminal. So the biggest issue then is that pipeline. And time to time, all these there's always third-party interference. People go caught into these lines and, crude theft, all that. I don't want to go through all that bit. So that's, for me, I think it was one of the panelists who talked about it. Imagine you're a marginal field operator. You've struggled to get finance. You have now put in one well on stream. You're producing 500 barrels or 2,000 barrels from your fields. Even when you have a LACT unit that measures what you then inject into all this infrastructure, then you imagine when it's time for you to get your cash and Shell tells you in Bonny or Focados that, sorry, your 2,000 barrels is 100 barrels because the 1,900 barrels has disappeared in that line of travel between your asset and the terminal. So that's the biggest issue which marginal field operators are facing today. It's quite difficult. It's actually made a lot of companies almost go bankrupt, I'll be honest. So the field itself is simple. It's the simplest thing to think about. The only thing that I know that's emerging now, there's a whole lot of slightly viscous oil, heavy oil in the portfolio. So that in itself is bringing a lot of challenge around flow assurance. You have to deal with a lot of water production. How do you manage all that? How do you do in situ field dehydration so you can inject the water into the ground? Because if you take that water to the terminal, the pipeline operator will charge you for that water, and the terminal operator will charge you for the water as well, as if it's oil. I mean, why it's not. So those are the really big issues which I think a lot of the operators are facing. But in terms of solution, there's a lot of collaboration now, synergies. IPPG has been a very good platform where all I'm sure you know IPPG, right? Independent Producers Group, coming together, look at issues around security. The Niger Delta, the people think it's safe and peaceful, right? It hasn't just come by accident. It's come by a lot of all these stakeholders coming together and working the issues through every system organization have the formal network and the informal network. There's so much work going behind the scene that's given us the fragile piece we're seeing today. But the biggest issue today is that issue around you produce 2,000 barrels of oil per day and the cash you're getting in the tanker is 100. That is what's going to kill a lot of these businesses if it is not addressed, in my view. And it's a much bigger issue than how much technology you want to bring in or hear about AI, artificial intelligence, and all these hiring data scientists and all that. That's not going to solve this problem. For me, that's where the headache is, in my view. In fact, recently, even in the recent asset, we're just trying to summon a meeting now with DPR that we need some bit of help because we also have the Hardy South asset in the east that goes to Bonny, and then we just woke up and discovered that the loss pattern is getting to almost 40-50%. So when you look at how you do production reconciliation, there are two elements. There's the theft aspect and the reconciliation aspect. So if you have a LACT unit, you're almost okay in terms of metering. So your metering penalty is almost zero. But the problem then becomes the crude theft, and that's where the real big issue is, in my view.
Thank you very much. So collaboration, I like your people focus. In your initial comments, you said, the teams, and now you're talking about collaborations. Thank you very much for that. So I'd like the second poll to go up now. The audience would like to hear from you as well. Keep your comments coming. I have a lot of questions, and I'm probably going to the questions from the audience now so that we go through. On panels like this, it's good for us to also engage and give the answers to the audience. So I'll go into the audience question shortly. Is the poll up? It's up, okay. So while people are voting, I will just start the audience questions right now. Please drop your comments. Okay, so it's up now. From a technical and economic standpoint, where do indigenous operators require the most support or training? There have been a lot of discussions regarding these: subsurface due diligence, access to surface facilities, cost optimization. What is your view, audience? Please let us know. Okay. So I will take questions from the audience now. I have from Vivek Bansal. And I think this question goes to Mr. Austin. How does the panel reconcile the potential for pushing for marginal field developments, for smaller marginal field developments, which have a technically feasible solution, but with the introduction of government legislation imposing a royalty fee on deep water licenses that make these developments economic? How do you reconcile the two? So the person is asking, people are asking that we push for these smaller marginal field developments. However, there is now legislation is going against this push. So how do you reconcile the two?
First of all, we don't have marginal assets yet defined in the deep water. So up to today, it's mainly land assets as well as shallow waters. But if you step it back and maybe just ask that same question on a generic basis for
every other thing,
maybe the land as well as I will say. So if I take history, if you look at what we've done in the last 20 years, I would like to just take that as a proof of concept. Okay. Because it's clear we've done well. We know where we have not done well and the reasons why. So going forward, if we can plow most of the good things going forward and certainly change a lot of philosophies, I think even with what I know is in the legislation coming, i.e. the PIB, the marginal field program will continuously be profitable. Mind you, I personally don't see marginal fields in the next operating like they did in the last 10 years. So where you just have about 30 different people doing 1,000 barrels per 2,000 barrels per day, it won't work. So I will be expecting to see in the next 5 years, 10 years, people really actually coming together, okay? And real full collaboration to the extent that quite a lot of all these gaps or failures we are seeing, you can easily surmount them if you come together. I know it is not in our DNA because everybody wants to be MD or CEO, but I think the economics of it, it's getting to a level where people will actually call themselves up and say, oh boy, come, let's see what we can do together. My view is quite a lot of companies will certainly need to come together. And at that point in time, 1 + 1 + 1 will not be 3, frankly speaking. It will be 5, because when you really, really pull resources together, pull all your thinking together, pull all your volumes together, you actually actually form a very, very formidable entity going forward. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
If I'm high, I don't know if I may very quickly also try and respond to Vivek. His question, the specific fields that he mentioned that we're actually involved in Oando. We have equity in that asset, and I think our keynote speaker has responded perfectly. As of right now, there is no marginal field terms for the deep water. However, there have been some assets, such as the ones he mentioned, with marginal discoveries. And what we found is elsewhere in other clients, there's the ability to use some very creative development methods, things like listening FPSOs, etc., to produce those marginal discoveries. But because of the way our environment is here for now, we're not able to do that. It's something that we're looking at in those specific fields. And we're hopeful that, as our environment evolves a little bit, we will get to a situation where we can also have what would be perfect to call marginal field terms for the deep water. So whilst he's worried about the uncertainty around PIB and royalties for deep water, there could always be the possibility that those marginal discoveries could be under different fiscal arrangements that would make them profitable with the right parties operating them and the right creative development scenarios.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Akimbambo. Okay, so I'm going to take a question from Otome Afeigbe. So she has a very long comment about, setting up the right structures and getting the right people. So I'm going to address that question to you, Mr. Okon. She says, what advice do panelists have on setting up properly and resourcing the winning team from the onset?
That's a business challenge, right? Setting up so you get the right talent. You also need to develop them. You got to train them as well. Invest in development. It's every business companies that have been very successful today, like Google or Amazon. What I see that's a bit different there is the bit about how they inspire the people. You can hire and develop people, if they're not inspired, and you bring in all this hierarchy in Nigeria, Oga, and you just kill the talent. So the culture's got to be different. The world is also changing with millennials. I see now, millennials like to be very flexible about how they work. They're very, very talented, but you really can't manage them the way I was managed in my career in '92. So we're very loyal and honest. That's why I stayed in Shell for 27 years, and Augustine here stayed for even longer than me. So in my view, I think what I've seen also leading teams is about how do you actually motivate and inspire the team as a leader? How do you take out all the bottlenecks and allow that creative thinking to come? Because this whole development, if you have a small marginal field, the sort of technical solutions you're looking for, is it horizontal drilling, is it vertical well, whatever, it's going to come out of really brainstorming thinking that is not impaired by hierarchy or positions and all that, which is quite common in a lot of Nigerian organizations, unfortunately. But I want to tell you, I'm really delighted with the sort of crop of people I see. This is a young generation, extremely talented. I think the problem is the older generation that sometimes gets into the way. So my advice is hire, get the best. Don't try to hire people because they are from your tribe or your village, which is also a problem Nigeria has here, right? Just go make sure you're going out to really, really get the best that will really drive the purpose of your organization. And again, it comes to what your purpose is as a company. And that way, this country is we're not shy, we're not short of talent at all, whether you want people from Harvard or Oxford or wherever, but everywhere, Uniben, Unilag, Imosu, talent everywhere. That would be my own sort of reflection on that.
Okay, thank you. I hope that answers your question, Otome. I'm going to go, there are lots of questions for Mr. Austin here. Okay, so this is from Professor Babs Oyeni. Should the DPR establish a standardized discounted hydrocarbon volume charged at export terminals due to theft? This has been a big pain for the marginal field operators with limited revenue.
Should the DPR do what?
Should they charge? So should the DPR establish a charge?
I'm not too sure why they should do that anyway, in my view. And I think Effie already talked about this issue of tech. And frankly speaking, I'm not too sure. When we're working on the PIB, I don't think we found more than 3 countries in the whole world where there's any, because we're looking for global best practice of how to take care of theft. We really didn't find. And at the end of the day, we say, okay, fine, why don't we find a solution to it and then become the global best practice, but really,
We know the speakers is fine. Just wanted to be sure that the network is on. That was my interest. Yes. The network is on, we're good. Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yeah?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
okay. So indeed, the whole theft thing, and I hear you have to apportion it properly, frankly speaking, because I have seen in my days before where actually an operator was pumping water into the line. 10,000 barrels of water a day. Yeah. So at the end of the day, by the time you do all the aggregate and the reconciliation, and then you back it off, then you tell him that, oh, okay, your production is 5,000 barrels. Of course, he's a very happy man because he has pumped in only 10 and he's getting 5. So what I'm saying is that there's quite a lot of funny plays all along that same issue around theft. And I'm happy that the IPPG specifically is taking this up right now to actually look at the issues from end to end. I'm sure they will really, really find a solution to it at the end of the day. It's not necessarily as if the DPR should stay in the terminal and start apportioning another charge, in my view. Yeah.
Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think it's a very difficult one, you're right. And when you say charge, who are you going to bill?
Yeah.
Who do you bill? The marginal, the pipeline operator or the owner? So it's a very, very I think as Nigerians, we have to fix this problem. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let me go to Mr. Osifo. I have a question from Dennis Pasenkov. He's asking about multilateral technologies. What about applying this to realize value in marginal field development, so reducing capex, opex, so doing a number of things. And I'll just tie that to a question I had here about practical solutions and innovative solutions that you have used over the course of your career. I was just looking at you and the success story about 400% over 4 years. If you could just share your thoughts on those, as well as answering Dennis Pasenkov's question.
Okay, and before I go into that question, we just want to respond to the issue of theft. Are you still?
Please go ahead.
Okay.
We can hear you.
The issue of theft. Just like Effie mentioned, nowadays DPRO insists that as a best practice, you must have your latch units, and these latch units are reasonably very accurate. So you're actually almost certain that the volume that is leaving your latch unit to the terminal, you're almost certain on what it is. Now, the company I work for, we are the operator of the TFC, and I can tell you that within the last 1 year, the number of incidents we've had of pipeline being caught deliberately or be sought along the line, we've had more than 13 cases. So we'll be shutting the TFP down here and there because of vandalization, where they go to put their pipe and they are tapping the oil. So by the time you get to the terminal, you are seeing quite some level of loss there. Now, to answer the question on technology, and just like Mr. Wale mentioned earlier, you know, when you are dealing with the marginal fee, you cannot, your development cost has to be minimal to make your project economic. So one way you can do that from the subsurface is the technology of, you know, targeting your reservoir with possible multilateral wells or smart completions, you know, that can reduce your welling rate. So instead of drilling 4 or 5 wells, if you're able to drill 2 or 3 wells with smart completions, so it reduces your well development cost, it reduces your investment in capex, and therefore improving your economics. So it's something we cannot run away from. In fact, the more marginal your fees are, the more technology you should deploy, really, if you want to really manage your economics properly, so that you don't have a well increase here and there. So if you look at the reservoirs very carefully, with some, you know, thorough study, you can determine on how you can target, you know, the different zones in this reservoir with minimal number of wells with smart completions, either smart completions or multilaterals. But certainly, you cannot afford to drill conventional wells in marginal feed and have well increase here and there, because the economy will be very unfavorable. Because like I mentioned earlier, I've been involved in building several economic models now, even some foreign investors. And one of the first questions they ask is, how can I reduce my well cost, so that whatever investment we want to put into this venture will be economic. So yes, it's highly recommended that we don't think the conventional way of drilling when it comes to marginal feed. Everything has to be smart. Even your completions, it has to be smart.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Osifo. I'm just going to go to Mr. Akimbambo. Mr. Akimbambo, are you there? And, you know, just
Yes,
still
I
on
am.
still on this role of technology, you know, what role can technology play in improving economic viability, you know, as in your experience in commercials? And, you know, somebody here is asking a question about artificial intelligence, you know, and how far that has gone in Nigeria. But if you can just touch on the first question, and if you have any thoughts on the second.
Okay, I'll start from the second. I think it's been answered before. Previous panelist spoke about machine learning and how you use it to more or less catch your problems before they happen, so you can optimize your maintenance schedules. So that's really the major role that artificial intelligence has played. For us in marginal fields, is being able to optimize your maintenance schedules, especially for your rotating equipment, your pumps, compressors, things like that, scheduling your backups. These are things, these are things that have direct impact on your production. So it's clearly relevant. Technology applies across the entire value chain for us. And you can speak about everything from, pipeline leak detection. Even when we talk about security, we talk about unmanned aerial vehicles now, drones, if you will, being able to survey the line and catch a lot of this vandalism before it happens, and also being able to very quickly respond. So I mean, we can't downplay the role of technology across the board, but even with regards to communication and in everything we do. However, I feel all that still comes under this idea of cost control and optimization. I know we spoke earlier in our environment, once you found the oil, a lot of our challenges come from human interfaces, not so much as technology interfaces. And a lot of those things are things you have to get right at the foundation, as the keynote speaker earlier mentioned. If the foundation is faulty or crumbly, there's very little that you can build on it, and you have to get that right early. So things like that are the major challenges for us are things like partnership arrangements, sanctity of contracts. It's always a different story when you are bidding for an asset in terms of your operating philosophy or how you manage it. The story always changes once you start producing the crude. And that's for obvious reasons. When it's time to pay back loans and carry arrangements and things like that, it's not quite the same thing. So those things need to be ironed out and sorted out at the beginning before you get into the details. And of course, taking a long-term view can be very difficult. I know I've mentioned it before, we need to take long-term views. The IPPG has been very helpful in bringing people together. But if let me not call them reserves anymore, if your resources are very small and you are looking to produce for just 5 years, it's difficult for you to be interested in investing in a pipeline that's going to outlast your production. So these are the challenges. There are solutions to all of these challenges. And a lot of these solutions are commercial and agreements and different structures that one must look at. I think what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is, to be a marginal fuel company in Nigeria, you may need to focus on many different things. You may also have to be a pipeline company. You may also have to be a security agency, more or less, onto yourself. And you have to be ready to do all that, because all those things have different timelines that you must integrate to derive some value from the asset.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll go to Dr. Shebanjo now. Somebody is asking, and I'll just summarize. It's really about the role of partnerships. And the person is asking, Miss, I think, Afiegbe, how can existing and well-established independents, as well as the federal government, guide the group of individuals with proven track records to secure the assets? And I'll just say that, maybe I'll just turn that around to you, sir. What is the role of partnerships going forward in this process? And how can we ensure that it ensures success in this bid round?
Yeah, thank you very much, Fema. Before I go into that question, I want to quickly highlight one area that we are missing, which could determine the success or failure of marginal fields. And I think it has to do with gas flare penalties. If you go into a marginal field and you want to produce cash flow early, there is tendency that some of those wells will produce either associated or not gases, and you do not have the facilities to manage them because you're fresh on that asset. So it's important for marginal field operators to begin at the planning stage to begin to highlight and strategize on how they intend to manage the gas flare. If not, the penalties could kill the development effort. That's what I'm now going back to partnership. Partnership is very important. One of the panelists had mentioned that, partnership. They use partnership to resolve a lot of security issues in the Niger Delta. So it's very important, and that is why even the main keynote speaker mentioned it. Partnership at the beginning is very important at the level of the business, then partnership at the level of cluster marginal field operators, so that you can come together, put your heads together and see how you can resolve problems. It can be used to solve issues of how do you manage your produced water. It can be used to resolve how do you key into existing facilities to quickly begin to determine how you export your produced hydrocarbon very, very easily and very quickly. So we are in the era of partnership, and there is no limit to what partnership can resolve in the current in the contemporary business. So it's very important. It can be deployed, and just as you have said, government, professional bodies can galvanize this partnership through engagement, through meetings, through problem-solving, collaborations that will enable them come together to achieve common good. So it's very important. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I have just 2 questions, and then we can wrap up. And this question, really, anybody can comment on it. It says, and it's from an anonymous participant. Actually, do we have the poll last poll? Let's take that first, because we have just one more poll before we wrap up. Do we have the results? There have been a lot of insights shared. What does the audience think about it? Okay, so access to surface facilities and infrastructure, so pipelines, crude gathering facilities, 36%, and following closely behind is cost optimization. In fact, the same amount, and subsurface due diligence. So those 3 are particularly important to the audience. Thank you very much for participating. So the participant is asking, do you think the method adopted in the recently concluded bid round will be effective in reaching the full potential, assigning more than one company to operate a field? Any comments? Anyone?
Let me.
I don't. Okay.
No, go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. Again, we always learn from the past, isn't it? So if you ask, one of the biggest failure points why some of the marginal fields have not really materialized into the aspirations or expectations, it's all toxic partnerships. Now, these were even partners who married themselves properly, or let's say legally, in quotes, but when you now start to get some other ones that it's not even the common day-to-day where people even marry on Facebook and everything, but you just get somebody posted to you, and say your wife is on the way, that kind of a thing. I think it might be a bit more difficult. Like I say, with hindsight of experience, partnership issues have been one of the dooms point for the success of not just even marginal fields, even the conventional partnerships of big assets. It's not very easy. It's not very easy. So I think apart from the fact that it completely makes even funding or financing really difficult because you have to do due diligence on everybody at any point in time and all that, just the sheer coming together might really be difficult. And if I touch on the issue of, because at the end of the day, why do people even, there has to be a reason why people want to come together. There has to be a purpose. It is, in our own industry, then it has to be, you basically want to limit your unit costs to the barest bone. And if you remember what I said, one of the challenges we'll be seeing going forward really is actually the low-cost oil that will ever make it to the market. Therefore, you basically want to encourage, yes, collaboration, but not collaboration that will not even bring oil out of the subsurface at all. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. So I have just one more question, and that's going to Mr. Okon. We heard in the keynote speech about, the energy transition, and what's going on with the move away from fossil fuels. So what are your long-term views on gas utilization in Nigeria, given the challenges we have in developing these non-associated gas assets?
I think we're excited about gas.
If you can just 1 minute,
okay.
please.
Okay. I think we're very excited about gas, to be honest. If not, we will not be investing a huge amount of money from a Seplat point of view. So I think DPR has said it. I think it's 10 years is the next decade of gas, I think.
Yes.
So if I quickly run through, so for me, I think the vision is very clear. The GMD has talked a lot about the gasification strategy for Nigeria, just alongside the import substitution strategy. I think that for me just shows the country is very clear now from that top down, the direction we're going. Policies are being worked. PIB also makes, you can easily spin off the midstream business for gas, which makes it very attractive and more profitable from a tax point of view. Midstream is taxed less, lower than upstream. Infrastructure, there's a whole lot of massive investment going on. You're aware of AKK, OB3, all these pipelines being built. And there's a vision to transform the domestic gas utilization from under a BCF of gas per day now to about 3 to 4 BCF. So I would say from a strategy direction, that's all pretty much well laid out. And then you then look at where is the gas going to. A lot of gas today goes to power. Nigeria's got a huge power deficit. I read somewhere between 20 to 50 gigawatts of power you need in this country. Meanwhile, today, what do we get? About 3, right? Which is why the power just went off in this hotel. So the market is huge. Is a large opportunity. And apart from power, there's also gas to all sorts of other ends. So I think the future is quite bright in my view. But also don't forget that gas is seen as a transitioning fuel. Gas is not seen as a green fuel. I always say it all the time. There's a bit of a misnomer. Gas is not green. Gas is only seen as a transitioning fuel. But I mean, we don't have a choice to really try and drive our economy, transform this country with domestic gas, because don't forget that internationally, there's also gas everywhere. From French Guiana, to Russia, to Mozambique, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. Tolo made a lot of gas discovery on all those. So there's gas everywhere. So for us, Nigeria, I think this is time to act. Just like, I'll finish up with that phrase like Augustine mentioned. He said, either we quit. It's not quit trying, that's it's around if you don't transform, join and adapt or die rest peacefully. I remember that phrase. So we're very, very bullish about gas in Seplat, and we'll continue to invest a lot in gas. We still believe that gas will be a transformative fuel for the Nigerian economy. And as an independent, we're proud to be leading that whole charge in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Apologies to the audience. We can't take all your questions due to time. There is, however, one last poll. Please put that up now, and then let's take the audience views on that. I will ask each panelist to give us their closing comments and remarks, and obviously just to keep it brief, just one thing that you would, if you had the air of those who are bidding now or in the running to be assigned these fields, one thing that they should be focusing on. Mr. Okon, I'll start with you.
Okay. Hello. So for me, I think overall, there's an opportunity in the marginal oil field. I think Austin talked about it nicely. Whenever you have opportunity, you also have risks, right? Depends on how you look at it. The glass is either half empty or half full. So my advice will be leverage on all the collective insights being shared here today, whether it's around due diligence, around how do you position your opportunity, how you attract investors, what's the best way to. But for me, at the end of the day, you got to look at this as a business, and it's not a business that has got 4 or 5 years waiting time. You got to start making cash straight away, but do it legitimately in a responsible way. Corporate governance, integrity is key. Those are my own final thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Olafiso? Final thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Fema. I'd like to close by saying that there's a solution space for marginal food operation in Nigeria. What we require are 4 things to move, and they are all C's. We need to critically think. That's strategy on bidding. We need to collaborate more. And when I say collaborate more, we must have strong business basis to support and as a foundation for that collaboration. I'm not going to collaborate with someone because it's my brother, because this business, we need to make money and we're not Salvation Army. The third C is to cooperate and communicate more. You can put resources together like Mr. Longshola said, but those resources must have basis. They must also tend towards reducing overall cost for all the parties. You must also be more creative. That's creativity. And in all, I think marginal field operation will bring alternative to IOCs. It will be an engine to create value for the country and for the economy. And beyond that, there are a lot of other creative for us to do things like leasing of equipment, use of modular equipment, use of not new equipment, because we don't want to use the Volkswagen to do, we don't want to use a roadster to what a Volkswagen can do. That's because we are marginal in the first place. So overall, we need to critically think, we need to collaborate more, we need to cooperate more, we need to be more creative, and the space is wide for us as marginal field operators. And it's the next solution space for Nigeria in terms of growing reserve, in terms of adding more to barrels per day. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kimambo, one thing, please, as we wrap up.
I think if I had to be constrained to one thing, I would say the new entrants into the field should focus, they should be optimistic. There's a lot of opportunity in the marginal field, and they should focus on having a well-defined operations philosophy, especially given the unique approach that the DPR has taken with regards to the SPVs. So they need to be, you need to have your operational philosophy set out and agreed at the beginning. There's a lot of opportunity, and the previous panelists have spoken about the gas opportunities with the OBOB and the AKK pipeline. There are lots of things happening in CNG and mini LNG as well. So we're optimistic, and the IPPG is there. There'll be more members, hopefully, as more operators come in. So we can always take care of the issues. There are lots of issues depending on the marginal field that you speak of. But the beauty of it is there are also lots of solutions. We have experienced Nigerians, both in Nigeria and globally, that can resolve these issues. So overall, I think I would be telling them that they should be optimistic and encouraged.
Thank you. Dr. Osinbajo?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ifeoma. I want us to consider, these are marginal fields. They've been lying fallow for at least 10 years. So infrastructure is going to be an issue. So marginal field operators need to come up with smart solutions on how they are going to maximize, so that they can get cash flow early, on how they intend to deal with the issue of lack of infrastructure. And of course, they need to determine what has changed, because what is given to them at the point where they're bidding, where what the initial asset owners knew was on ground. So it is their responsibility to determine what has changed over the period that the asset had been there, so that they can then structure strategies that will enable them to operate that asset profitably. We have talked extensively about collaboration. And I want to say finally that there are other models of running economic analysis, contemporary models. So as marginal field operators should continue to revalidate their economic analysis with contemporary models that are factoring new discoveries and observations that will enable that asset to produce economic indices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Osifo.
Okay. The essence of any investment is to make profit. So for the beginning, I think the holistic view should be cost optimization for the entire production line. So the driving force behind any marginal field development should be cost optimization. Because what drives largely your economic performance is your unit operating cost. So once you put in place cost optimization efforts to reduce your unit operating cost, then there is less chances of their running into problems.
Thank you so much. And on that note, we will be ending this session. I am sure the participants, those in the room and those online, have gotten the benefits of this amazing session. A lot has been discussed on technical due diligence, cost optimization, the importance of partnerships, management teams. A lot has been discussed, and I hope you enjoyed the session as much as I did. I'd like to thank SPE Nigeria Council, all the panelists for making out time today, and our keynote speaker as well, who gave his keynotes and also participated on the panel session. Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause, everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ifoma. Where is Odion? Please, gentlemen and lady, can you just rise for a quick photo ops? Okay. Thank you. The people not here, I will represent them, sir. So those panelists who are online, when you see this picture in the future and you see me in the picture, know that I represented you. Okay. Is what COVID cost. Or your audience snap. It's what COVID cost. I represented all of you. So I'm representing Ogawale. I'm representing Dr. Shimbajo. Council Chair, please, can you join us? Vice Council Chair, please join us. So we'll have more representation for those online. So we're plenty now representing all of you online. We're plenty now. Okay, so let me allow them to do that while I zero in on what is about to happen next. We're moving over now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to the very next session of our meeting. And in this session, we are taking a special guest presentation. We're looking at maximizing supply chain viability in country, drawbacks, and the way forward. However, before I bring up the speaker who will take care of that, I want to ask those of you who are joining me online, Odion, I want to ask those who are joining me online to please, you see us standing now and doing this photo op thing. I want you to also just rise up and take a moment. We've been sitting since 9 a.m. And as we know, medical experts would have us all the time ensure that we stretch our legs from time to time. So please, those online, let's just take the next 1-2 minutes. Please just rise, move around your personal computer you're using, move around your office, your room, wherever you are dialing in from. Just move around, stretch your legs. Amarachi, please take me to a feed on Zoom. Give me a gallery view. Let me see how many of our attendees, our panelists, I beg your pardon, I can't see attendees. Let me tell you of our panelists that are online are observing the stretch. I know I can only see panelists. I can't see attendees from that portal, but I want to believe attendees are doing that. So panelists, I want to see one or two. Yes, Ogawale, correct. Yes, that's it. Let's stretch. Oga Fred and Hannah. So let's stretch. Let's stretch. Let's loosen up a bit. That's it. If you are seeing Ogawale and Oga Fred, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. So let's just do that stretch a bit. In the room, we're stretching as well. Let's get the bottom off a bit, get the tiredness off a bit so that we can just immediately go into the very next session. Our guest speaker for that session is already in the room. I will be introducing her to you shortly. But I think you will agree with me that this session has done great justice on the issues around how to make marginal fields work, what pit holes to avoid. They know where the bodies are buried, and they have told us how to go about the development of a marginal field. So if you are one of those who has bidded for the marginal fields in this recent bid round of 2020, I want to believe this has not only been useful to you, it has been quite impactful on your vision of developing a marginal field. I trust that is the case for you, and we'll continue to thank the SPE for providing these ATS podium or platform to engage in such profitable conversations. So I want to believe we've stretched enough. I want to thank all of you for indulging us in that short exercise. Now let me go into the can we please just simmer down a little bit? The sessions are still on. so that we don't get to give some noise to those online. All right, thank you. So, speaking to us as our special guest presenter for this next session. By the way, we're going to have one special guest presentation, 2 case studies, and both of them will be handed. I would bring up each of those speakers, but the Q&A for these sessions will be handled by Chukwuemeka Kerry, who is in the room with me here. Chukwuemeka Kerry is in the room. One of our speakers, 2 of our speakers are dialing in online, and one is in the room with me this afternoon. So let me just proceed to the very first guest speaker, who is waiting. A very busy. She's extremely busy. She's extremely busy CEO, and we thank her for her time to share with us this afternoon. Our next speaker is the Chief Executive Officer of Lagos Deep Offshore Logistics Base, popularly known as LADOR, a $500 million industrial-free zone. She was a Commissioner for Business and Sustainable Development Commission. She got financial training at Goldman Sachs and Standard Graduate School of Business and medical training at Oxford University. Her accolades include being appointed to the United Nations Development Program's Steering Committee on SDGs in 2019, the UNICEF Advisory Group in 2019, and reappointed to the Prince's Trust International Advisory Board in 2019. She is one of the 275 global female influencers of 2020 from the Oil and Gas Council, 1,000 Rising Women in Africa 2020 from the CNBC, Top Transformational Women Leaders of 2020 Industry World, and Top 50 Women in Technology by Forbes 2018. Oil and Gas Leading Woman of the Year, Foreign Investment Network, voted the Young CEO of the Year, African Leadership Forum in 2018, and Archbishop Desmond Tutu Young Global Leader and alumni of WEF, a Rising Talent Women's Forum for Economic and Society, one of 20 youngest power women in Africa from Forbes, and one of 25 Africans to watch from Financial Times, one of most influential people of African descent under 40. I could go on and on about this remarkable, brilliant young woman, stands tall amongst equals, shining in her brilliance and knowledge of the industry. I'd like to introduce now our special guest speaker, CEO of LADOR, Dr. Amy Jadesimi. She's dialing in via Zoom. Dr. Amy, always a pleasure to see you. It's all yours.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. It's a great honor to be able to speak at SPE. I'm going to share my screen so you can see the presentation I want to give. So the presentation today is about supply chain and how we maintain the strongest possible supply chains. And my presentation might surprise some people because to me, the key to maintaining a strong supply chain is diversification. It's about industrialization, and the best ways of doing that for a country like Nigeria involve developing sustainable businesses across a range of industries. And oil and gas is such an integral part of our economy, not only because we are commodity exporters, but also because oil and gas is an integral part of every economy across the world. At the same time, we're living in a world where the Biden administration is making commitments that go far beyond commitments made by previous presidents. You're seeing the same in the UK and Europe. China is actually way ahead in terms of production of green energy solutions, although their commitments are slightly behind. So you're seeing a world where over the next 20 years, everybody is saying they're going to transition away from oil and gas. So both in the near term to secure our supply chains and in the medium term We have to think about diversification and local industrialization and essentially local content as the solution. And what I'm going to present to you today is effectively a just transition. Because what I'm saying is that in order to secure our supply chains, in order to secure our industry, we have to think about having the ability to develop locally. And some of you will be familiar with Ladol, so you will be familiar with our story where we went for a disused swamp to the facility we have today. But this development that you see on this slide was aimed at creating an ecosystem that would support a wide range of industries. The largest industry in Nigeria is the oil and gas industry. So in order to enable our development from a disused swamp to the facility we have today, we tapped into the revenues that it's possible to get by servicing oil and gas and created the one-stop shop 24/7 operational facility we have today. But those facilities can be utilized even today for a wide range of industries. And by having those facilities, we're able to better secure the supply chain to support our existing IOC clients and to help transition those clients, even those who are international oil companies, towards a more sustainable way of operating. So part of the way we're doing that is by this just transition. And many of you will be familiar with this phrase, but just transition basically means using your current incomes, which may well be from oil and gas, to expand or evolve your business away from oil and gas. Now, I think it's important to recognize that doing that takes decades. It's not, just transitions don't happen overnight. So a core part of our business model is to continue to support the existing oil and gas business, but to increasingly support non-oil and gas business. And so what we did was create a master plan. And that master plan is actually a circular economy where we bring various industries into the zone. And those various industries work together synergistically with the companies that are servicing oil and gas activities to create an environment that is robust, that is reliable, that operates 24/7, that minimizes the costs to the petroleum sector, but also maximizes the reliability of both the local and international supply chain. And one of the benefits, which I think is really important to look at, of creating this kind of circularity is how you can leverage the waste products, both from oil and gas, and we've talked about LNG already, so I won't go into the benefits of that, but you can transition to even lower costs by burning waste. Now, one of the things that people have struggled with, even in Europe, is that biomass plants require a uniform source of waste. So in other words, you can't just tip the contents of your bin into a biomass plant and, voila, waste to power. What you actually need to do is separate out the waste. And biomass plants are really sensitive to different types of waste. So not only do you have to separate the waste, you are limited to only burning one type of waste or very similar types of waste in your biomass plant. And that's why biomass hasn't taken off hugely internationally. Now, in our industry, in the oil and gas industry, you have uniform waste production. You also have uniform waste production in other industries across Nigeria, for example, the agricultural industry. So as part of our just transition, by servicing a wider range of industries in the zone, we're able to use their waste products to lower the cost of power to everybody in the zone. This has obvious positive impacts in terms of enabling more people to operate in Nigeria, making Nigeria a more attractive investment destination. And it also enables higher levels of local content because lowering the cost increases the capacity for local participation, which is key to strengthening your supply chain. The strongest supply chain you can have is a local supply chain. To have a local supply chain, we have to industrialize. And if we're going to industrialize, the optimal way to do it is sustainably. Perhaps if you look at the trends across the world, I think we'll agree the only way to industrialize is sustainably. Now, there are other aspects of the business plan that we've rolled out that I think are really important for this meeting as well. Again, this is not something you normally look at an oil and gas event, but I think this just transition concept is so critical and it cuts through everything we're talking about, but most particularly in the area of supply chain, that I wanted to take a minute to look at the different sectors that we are focusing on, and that I think any oil and gas company can think about how they can focus on and interact with and support as part of their own just transition, which will enable us to better support our existing businesses and transition towards greater sustainable activity going forward, and then be in concert with the rest of the world as the world makes that move. So let's take each of these industries one by one, and you can see the real scope. Now, the important thing to bear in mind is that Nigeria is one of the largest underserved markets in the world. So in other words, we import a lot of what we utilize, which we're all very familiar with. We're all very familiar with it's in this meeting in an oil and gas context, but in wider industrial context, it's worth thinking about it. I mean, we're still one of the biggest exporters of raw materials for housing. But there are people who are looking at how they can build affordable housing locally. And indeed, as you can see on this slide, there is a market to justify that. And remember that Nigerian market is large enough to justify making us the hub for the entire region, if not the entire continent, through the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Because the Nigerian market is big enough for us to build facilities that are big enough to support Pan-African supply. Now, the affordable housing market across the world, this is something everybody's trying to find solutions for. We have raw materials already in Nigeria, particularly in the form of wood. We also potentially have new materials which are being introduced into the market like bamboo. And we have a huge opportunity to service those markets much more through the creation of local capacity, which we can start to invest in now with the revenues we're getting from oil and gas. And obviously that will help us to better support our oil and gas operations because we'll have these local services. Clean technology, another area that I think is worth touching on, because there is this myth that clean technology is competing with the petroleum sector. And in a very simplistic way, I guess that's true. But if you look at it in terms of how the characteristics of the oil and gas sector and the characteristics of the clean technology sector, they're actually aligned. Both sectors require high levels of technological innovation, high levels of upfront investment, long-term business plans, and a whole host of really smart people carrying out high-value activities. So both technologies actually require exactly the same skill sets and the same types of business models. And so there's a natural synergy between people who invest in and develop successful oil and gas businesses and people who develop clean technology businesses. And again, even if you're running an oil and gas facility, nothing stops you from incorporating increasing levels of clean technology into that facility. nor does it stop you from starting to invest in clean technology and ensuring that as this new wave of sustainability flows across the world, we Nigerians are at the forefront of that wave, because again, our market is big enough, our demand is enough locally, that if we develop the manufacturing capability and even the engineering capability now, we can get in on the ground floor of this new sector and leverage it to support our existing operations and to position us well to take leadership in supplying these technologies across West Africa and Africa going forward. And again, you can see the figures on the local market there. I mean, the figures, I think, are enough to attract people into the market, but obviously, as the market grows, the figures will grow. Agricultural processing, I think everybody is familiar with this. Most businesses in oil and gas would have a knowledge of the importance of the agricultural sector, and it touches on every form of life, the way our industry does. Every aspect of life in Nigeria, the way our industry does. The agricultural sector, though, and agricultural processing is evolving quite rapidly. And there are a lot of companies now that you don't hear anything about who are actually doing quite a bit in the agricultural processing field. And again, it's another industry that is becoming increasingly technology dependent, where technology companies, engineering companies in the oil and gas space can add value and can start to participate. And by participating today, again, you are strengthening the local market and strengthening your own supply chain for the activities you're going on now, as well as preparing for the future. Technology is an easy one to understand the importance of. It's also important to latch onto that, because that's where a lot of young people are going. And attracting people to work in our businesses is one of the biggest problems we face. That's not just in Nigeria, it's across the world. But I think one thing we've seen through COVID is that you can start to address this problem through virtual work with Nigerians, both in Nigeria and across the diaspora. The garment industry is another area. It's not an area Ladol is looking at, but it's another area that has huge scope and that also can do with investments in local capacity with a particular focus on new sustainable approaches to the garment industry. I'm ending on this slide because it shows our current business, and it draws a direct line between the current businesses we're doing, which are thought to be less sustainable, and how you can draw a line between them and more sustainable activity. So even in areas like, ship repair and ship fabrication, on the one hand, you can make those activities more sustainable today. And again, a core part of sustainability, when I say sustainability, I'm talking about all 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. But you can make your current activities as sustainable as possible, but you can also focus on this just transition model so that you're preparing by investing in innovations, technology, engineering, know-how, and research to transition your business from what you're doing now to one where most of your revenues will not come from petroleum in the future. But again, making those investments now strengthens your business today and gives you near-term and long-term benefits. So that was probably a different perspective to the one you were expecting, because I deliberately wanted to do something that took us out of our bubble, if you like. I think that our industry has a lot to offer in terms of local knowledge and local capacity, but we are in danger of being in a no man's land where our local content in the petroleum sector gets to where it needs to be, just as the world is moving on from the petroleum sector. At the same time, our supply chain reliability and viability has never been more important. COVID has taught us that the only way to secure your supply chain in a reliable fashion is to ensure that the essential aspects of your supply chain are locally catered for. And beyond that, in a market the size of Nigeria, we can't afford to be the second or third recipient of finished goods. Finished goods need to be manufactured here because this is the biggest market, and then we can export them to the rest of the world to the rest of the continent at a lower cost. So there are many reasons why I think it's really important that we as a group embrace sustainability and think about just transition and have a just transition strategy as part of our business management principles. And I think that's something that we will also find, or the audience will also find when they look into it, also helps with fundraising. In fact, I would go as far as to say, if you don't have a just transition strategy, it's going to be increasingly difficult to fundraise. So that's where, again, we'll find ourselves coming to the market too late, where the other participants across the world who have been benefiting from the high local content in their countries for the past 20, 30 years, are already jumping into more sustainable solutions, already investing in this just transition concept. And if we're not ahead of them on that, we're going to lose out. And we're in a position to be ahead of them because we have a local market that is wide open for opportunity, that we are in a position to invest in ourselves, where there is still a lot of low-hanging fruit. And as an industry, we have the ability to show benefits to our bottom line now from making these investments, because we'll be increasing local content. And it really then becomes a win-win value proposition where you're strengthening your supply chain today by investing in more sustainable solutions that are part of your just transition strategy for the future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Amy, for that presentation. It was really packed with a lot of knowledge. You spoke about diversification and local industrialization and local content as a key factor in sustaining supply chain. And of course, you also mentioned, towards the end of your presentation that, in order to maintain, viable supply chain, that we really need to take advantage of locally procured raw material and personnel in order to maintain that viability. So thank you so much again. And before we dive right into the question and answer section, I would like to just quickly take a quick poll so that we can engage our attendees online. Can we have that up on the screen? Okay, so is the poll on? Okay, fantastic. So the poll says, which of the following do you think poses the best challenge, the biggest challenge to supply chain management in the industry? Is it health, safety, security, and environment management? Is it complex tendering or bidding process? Is it availability of materials in country? Is it cost control, or is it vendor supply management? So just get your hands busy, take this quick poll, and we will be right back at the end of this Q&A. So remember that you can post your questions using the Q&A button right there on your screen. I'll just start with this question I have right here. Dr. Amy, a lot of oil producing companies in Nigeria often opt to getting their equipment and services from foreign companies or vendors directly or through the original equipment manufacturers reps that are in country. A common thought amongst indigenous vendors is that Nigeria does not have an enabling environment for the growth of local content. So can you suggest ways that these companies or the government can help support the growth of indigenous companies?
Thank you. So this is not a new problem. And I think, we all know what I'm going to say before I say it, but let me see if I can add something to this point. So maybe what I can add is firstly that year on year, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board becomes more and more sophisticated in its approach, and they're raising their standards more and more. So if we think about where Nigerian participation was even 5 years ago to where we are today, we've come a long way. So don't be distracted by the negativity. Year on year, we're making progress. At the same time, we have to recognize that like all low-income, high-growth countries, there are disparities, which mean you can't create a perfect enabling environment where you address all the issues that everybody needs addressed so that someone can come and set up a manufacturing hub. It's not possible. And that's not a bad thing, because the future for job creation in Nigeria, the future for local content is actually the Nigerian private sector. And I think everybody recognizes the Nigerian private sector needs to grow to be as big as the public sector. So the issues that we're facing, the hurdles, the challenges that make it difficult to set up a business, well, if you're an entrepreneur, that's your opportunity. And what you need to know as an entrepreneur is that there is a clear regulatory and legal structure in place that enables you to, first and foremost, access the market, and then provides you with some measure of protection once you access the market. We have that in Nigeria. It's not easy, and you sometimes have to fight for your rights. Maybe a lot of the time you have to fight for your rights, but no market is easy. Also, not many markets are as attractive as the Nigerian market. So as an entrepreneur, you have to be prepared to do the work. And if you're going to do that work, Nigeria is probably one of the best places in the world to do it. And the last thing I'll say on that is that because it's now the case that there are many, many more indigenous companies participating in the market, we are getting more and more indigenous companies setting up in zones like Ladol, where you do have an ecosystem that can provide you with a reliable environment that's secure, that's sterile, where you have 24/7 power, all these things. So there are areas where people are now coming together to operate at international standards to service industry. And so in private sector, we're finding solutions. And you have to be prepared to dive in to an imperfect situation and use that as an opportunity to create your business, because in an imperfect situation, there are lots of low-hanging fruits for you to pluck. And through those activities, you can add tremendous value, much more value than you would add in a Western environment.
Be prepared to do the work. That's really insightful and really true, considering the kind of environment that we're in. You rightly said that as long as you can access the market, you will have a level of protection once it is accessed. So This brings me to my second question, and it's similar to the first, but you may just need to elaborate a bit on how. So it goes, how can indigenous companies maintain low operating costs, good profit margins, and stay competitive, considering most raw materials are exported out of the country, finished products are usually imported, and then there's the high cost of electric power required for manufacturing?
So another way to look at the answer to this problem is focusing on collaboration. As a company operating on your own, maybe you can't do it. But the concept of Ladol is that we've built a platform. And that platform is to enable a range of companies, particularly indigenous companies, to operate locally in engineering, in manufacturing, in design, and create finished goods here. We also create an environment where the logistics of bringing goods in and out is more efficient. But that is only possible through this collaborative ecosystem that the free zone environment supports. And that environment can be replicated by a group of companies operating in different areas. It can be replicated through lobbying groups, through industry groups. So I think another way to look at, enabling yourselves to better access the market, to bargain for better pricing, to lobby for enforcement of or modifications of existing regulations, is for people to come together and for like-minded, real local companies to work together to enable a better environment for all of them. Even if they compete within that environment, there are certain key things that they all need. And as our indigenous private sector grows, I'm talking about the real indigenous private sector that makes money from adding value to the market, I think we will see, and we should see, more and more collaboration along these lines.
Thank you so much. Collaboration is indeed key, and we really do hope we get to see more like-minded local companies coming together to create that enabling environment that they also desire. Thank you so much, Dr. Amy.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Amy Jedesimi, and of course, Chooks Kerry led the Q&A for Dr. Jedesimi. Thank you so much, Dr. Amy. We continue with our presentations. This time we're looking at case history. As I said before, we have 2 case histories. After that special guest presentation from Dr. Amy, we'll take our first case history with the speaker joining us live here in the room. And our second case history speaker will be zooming in from the office. Okay, so our first case history speaker is a seasoned professional with about 17 years of experience honed across several industries, including banking, FMCG, and this fast-moving consumer goods, and oil and gas. She is currently responsible for setting the commercial and institutional relations agenda at Tenaris Nigeria, a global leader in pipes for the oil and gas industry. In this capacity, she manages the commercial agenda, engagement with government and industry stakeholders, and executes business sustainability strategies. She proudly holds a first-class honors degree in computing from the University of Bradford and has attended several leadership and executive management courses at Lagos Business School, Rice University, and is currently undertaking an executive MBA at IMD in Switzerland. She's passionate about the educational advancement of her local community, Alge Cross River State, and in Nigeria as a whole. Thus, she actively volunteers her time in several educational NGO programs. And then I would yield this platform now to our speaker, Miss Rosario Osobase. Rosario? You want to sit and speak? Or mute this table mic, podium mic.
Thank you so much, Richmond, for that introduction. I think it's a delight to be here and actually a privilege, to be doing this presentation because local content, optimization of value chains, sustainability is, something I'm very passionate about because I think that the future of the Nigerian economy, hinges on the balance and hinges, on our ability to create, more value in country. And I think Dr. Dr. Amy, brilliantly laid the foundation for the presentation, my case study this afternoon. I don't know who is controlling the slides, but we can go, straight on to we can skip, we've done the introduction, so we can skip the first 3 slides and just go to the, let's say the overview of the market, the Nigerian market. I'll try to utilize this 30 minutes very judiciously, starting with a context about Nigeria. Nigeria is everything that Dr. Emi has said, on the line and much more. We have, is someone controlling the presentation? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Can you move to the 3rd slide in the meantime? Next one, please. Thank you. Okay, so I'll be doing justice to this slide, starting with the context of, there's something wrong with the projection. What's going on? It's not showing the entire slide. There's something wrong there. Yeah, there should be something there. But okay, we can go ahead. Dr. Emi, already laid the foundation for the context of the market from a population perspective. With over 180 million people, you can imagine that our potential as a country lies in these people, right? The domestic market can be developed around, the population we have. And obviously, a workforce can also be developed around the, population we have as well. With 6% employment, or with employment growing, unemployment growing on a daily basis or on an annual basis, it's key that we begin to think sustainability or sustainable ecosystems that can thrive, and outlive, generations to come, as a way of building domestic capacity and human capacity as well. I also have included, I'm not an economist, but obviously I've included the slide on GDP because obviously there's a trend. And by now, all of us in this room and, on the line would also, agree and allude to the fact that because we're a heavily oil dependent country, and every time that there's an oil price crisis, we also go down as well. The main driver of the economy, because it's oil, we need to begin to think of other ways, to ensure that we keep the ecosystem healthy, the ecosystem sustainable, and the ecosystem thriving, in a very, let's say, in a very, very viable manner. The other thing I've also included to give kind of a context, to what's going on in the industry is that I'm sure that you all see that, there's FX pressures, and gradually aligned with the oil crisis in the market, we continue to see a trend where the currency is our naira is being devalued against the dollar. Dr. Emi already spoke on, into the fact that, as a net exporter of raw materials and a net importer of finished products, this is not a sustainable ecosystem for sure. Because in the future, if we do not address, the situation with optimizing value chains in country, then what we would begin to see is a trend that, the foreign exchange will continue to go up, the naira against the dollar. This is setting the context for the reason or the need why we require an optimized system, going into the future. I think I can control the slide from here. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So in this slide, just to give a context of the industry, everyone around here is mostly from the oil industry. So we already know, largely around the background that I have stated, but I'd just like to draw attention to the gas reserves, which the previous panelists already spoke into as the future. Nigeria has taken a position to transition, in the energy matrix through, taking an approach focused on gas. And obviously we have an abundance of reserves, right, that positions us for that. But I think it is also important to mention that, with such reserves, what comes there is that there's an opportunity that is enabled in the ecosystem for us to be able to thrive, right, if we take advantage of the opportunities that exist and position ourselves for the future of gas in Nigeria. And largely, the government has set the pace, has set the tone, and declared, the next 10 years, the year of gas, or the decade of gas, sorry, as geared towards, let's say, optimizing the gas value chain, in our own response to the energy transitions. You can see that I have shown also, as part of the slide, some level of the capex that comes to Nigeria. Obviously, if you see the chart on your right, on your left-hand side, it's a very depressing story because it looks as if, capex is dwindling. But obviously, in response to the fact that Nigeria is a very mature market, I expect that, we should expect that at some point, capex will plateau and begin to, let's say, dwindle slightly. However, there's good news because, with all the discussions ongoing around, the fiscal terms with the government, hopefully we can begin to see the capex that we desire, back to the Nigerian destination, right? But the focus on this slide is the fact that we have a growing demand for gas, or we have a growing increase of capex focused mostly on gas. Over the years, you can see the trend, and it's a good trend that indicates the reason why we should be optimizing the value chain going forward. The graph on your left, right, also, speaks into the very essence of the theme of this conference, which is around the marginal field operators. Over the years, we've seen the growth of the marginal field operators, and into the future, we see that they take a very dominant position in, let's say, in the future of the oil and gas, contributing, the projections down there, is that, at some point, in the next couple of years, they would be able to contribute about 30% of the current production levels. Right now, I think they are easily netting over 20%, which is significant, right? And, needs to, it draws the attention that we need to begin to do things, in a different way. And we need to begin to start thinking sustainability again and optimization. I'd just like to pause here and use my experience from the banking industry, to relate the story. In the 90s, when the government licensed a couple of banks, the GT banks and the Zeniths of this world, most of them started with a 25 million, let's say, startup, right, capital, initial capital. But over the years, the founders had a vision which they projected, into the business, with everyone connecting to the vision. The focus on building, first putting in, investments on the ground, creating strong corporate governance structures, creating processes and structures in place to allow the ecosystem to thrive. And today we can see, what the banking industry or the banking sector has done in Nigeria. And the founders are beginning to export, the same concepts and ideas to other Pan-African countries. This is the way that, I would suggest that, the indigenous sector or the marginal operators should be thinking around building structures that allow them, access capital, obviously, and then obviously continue to invest, in country as a way of building the future that they desire to optimize the value chain. Okay, this slide also really I'll skip through because it's a slide that is very well known to us. We already know the sectors that thrive, in the oil and gas industry. We have, I already earlier said that this is a mature market. So we have all the segments represented, in Nigeria. And the opportunity exists for several service companies as well, where you're looking at a value chain that is robust around products and services, in the service segment. Of course, a couple of the speakers earlier had spoken into the industry drivers, and I will not dwell on that. They are very clear. And the enablers as well around the fiscal policies, local content, and I'm going to zoom into local content very shortly, and the security of investments. Obviously, the context of this discussion is not focused on the fiscal terms, so I'm not going to dwell on that. But I decided to isolate local content because I think this is key to the future. The next slide shows a journey of local content in Nigeria. It's important to show this slide because, an earlier question to Dr. Amy, was asking of how indigenous participants can, key into the value that is, existing in country, or can key into the opportunities rather that exist in country and strengthen, a footing, rather than the typical idea that the IOCs and the NOCs would normally patronize the OEMs, who have value in country, by the way. However, I show this slide because it shows the bets and the history of local content, where pre-NOGIC Act, what we saw was capital flight. There was a spend of about $20 billion annually in our industry, and none of that was staying in Nigeria. So there was obviously capital flight. There was job losses because the jobs were being ceded to China and the rest of the world. There was obviously net zero in-country value. And, over the years, with the, institution of the committees to, deal directly with local content policies, we've gone to that point where we've gotten to 2010 when the law was enacted in April of 2010. And since then, we've seen substantial gain. And Dr. Emi rightly addressed that point, with the fact that, it's baby steps. And I think we've seen incremental gains in the last couple of years that, the NOGIC, the local content law has been in place. One of the things we've seen from an economic impact standpoint is the fact that, now we were saying there was capital flight of about 20 billion, well, spend of 20 billion, and none of these was being retained. Now we are seeing numbers where at least $5 billion, remains in country on an annual basis. We also saw like an increase of, Nigerian content participation or value retention in country as a result of the law. We've seen a lot of industrial capacity, come up. Like Ladol is a good example. Our facility out of the free trade zone, and I'll get there in a bit, is also a good example. We have 2 facilities worth $200 million, of investment out of the Intel's free trade zone at One. That's a good example and well listed there by NCDMB. In terms of trading and coating capacity. We've also, all of us around this room would probably know about the Coleman cable that, invested significantly in low voltage and high voltage cabling. And they were also instrumental to the Egina project that, was executed in Ladol. Of course, Total had the limelight for that sort of project, given the massive project that was, the massive investment that was involved. However, there were key critical segments that also facilitated, the success of those of that particular project. And these are some of the let's say outcomes of the local content or the gains of the local content over the years. Knowledge transfer, for instance, is something that I don't want to dwell on. I would rush through this because obviously standing here and us being around this room, I think value. I've lost the slide, guys. As a way of optimizing the value. And, at the end of the day, I thought to set the tone of what we have done in Tenaris, as, with the local content story by showing the progress, of local content in Nigeria. I think the next slide just goes into my case history, but I'll just wait on, okay. Are we good? Okay. So my case history is specifically for Tenaris' business in Nigeria. And over the years, the timeline below shows, the massive investments that we've taken on, $200 million of investment, as I rightly said, in service offerings, products and service offerings around the OCTG pipe value chain. And we came into Nigeria as a commercial office and a pipe management facility, operating out of One. But because of our desire, aligned with our global vision of expanding across several regions, we knew that what the Nigerian economy needed to thrive was in-country value. So in 2004, we set up our first, we were the pioneer, let's say the pioneer company that set up a 50,000 metric tons of pipe, shredding pipe mill capacity out of the free trade zone. And since then, we have serviced the oil industry, from the IOCs and even currently even the NOCs as well. So this is a clear case of, let's say, in-country value domiciliation, and talking about industrialization that Dr. Emi alluded to in her own discussion or in her own presentation. It opens up the discussion for what can Tenaris do in the future, and what are we currently doing right now to continue to consolidate the value we have. Over the years as well, in terms of diversification, which Dr. Emi also alluded to as a way of strengthening, the value chain in country. One of the things that has also happened is that we also acquired a 40% stake in previously Socotem, right now called Pipe Coaters Nigeria. We have full management rights, and 100% of the workforce is Nigerian. So we've moved from the point where we had a lot of experts manning the leadership positions in the country to the point where 98% of the workforce is Nigerian, with the only exception being the MD at this time, and all the plant operation personnel are all 100% Nigerian. I think this is the gain that we're talking about local content, and it strengthens and enhances the need to continue to optimize this value, the OCTG value chain. So it takes me to the next slide where I'm showing the Tenaris optimized value chain. I've shown the entire, let's say the entire supply model that we currently hold, we currently work with. The approach is that together with the operators, we have we work hand in hand, to understand the design requirements of the operators, and then through a procurement process, an order is placed to Tenaris. Going forward, the production activities, as at current, the plain end production of the pipes happen, in foreign mills, because up till now, we do not have the capacity to take that in country, just because the enablers are, not right yet. But obviously, the opportunities exist also in the market. We also have, the logistics leg that is also, that comes into Nigeria, into the airport, and then we take those plain end from there and add value to them in country by threading these plain ended pipes and making them into casings and tubings that are used, and run downhole, for drilling activities, drilling and completions activities. Obviously, this value chain I've shown here, right? It's a very elaborate value chain. But over the years, in Nigeria, we are beginning to adopt, together with most of our customers, ways that we can optimize this value chain. And the value chain that I've shown below is a value chain that kind of reduces the redundancies that exist in the value chain above, right? Where, for instance, instead of having the three-leg process of the operator selecting their materials, going through a procurement process, and then planning the supply together with Tenaris, we have something called a demand sync. Demand sync basically, what happens in the demand sync process is that we integrate, the demand and the supply by understanding very clearly, have a clear line of sight on the requirements of the customer. So over the years, we have kind of, improve that model by making sure that we stay very close to our customers, understanding their ever change, like their needs, their requirements, and being able to react in a very swift way. I'll use this opportunity to highlight what happened last year with COVID. So we had a couple of others ongoing, but because COVID happened, we were able to, because we work with a lot of the IOCs here, we were able to, for instance, react immediately and cancel the orders that were, we still had, the opportunities to cancel. This is an optimized value chain rather than, producing those pipes and having them on the ground with no activity, to utilize the pipes. So in this model, obviously, and going forward, we're also encouraging a model that doesn't stock pipe on the ground, because obviously that is working capital really, tied on the ground. So we are encouraging models that, work in such a way that it's a just-in-time mechanism, so that these pipes are arriving Nigeria, and we are finishing the threading process in our facility out of One, and then shipping them directly to the customer facility or the rig sites, rather than moving them to the customer facility. So I think this is, a big differentiation in terms of the value chain and how we could potentially optimize it. The other thing as well, I've listed some opportunities to optimize. They're around working capital, around the inventory management, around standardization. I think that if we have geologists in the room, the geology of the Niger Delta is largely uniform. So there should be no reason why, a lot of operators design, different, or apply different standards and design wells with different strings, when sometimes, you could just go for standard strings, which would, for instance, save you money. For instance, where you're designing a string at a 14-inch string, when you can comfortably use a 13/3/8 string and achieve the same result, when the 14-inch string, for instance, is more expensive. So we need to begin to think standardization, of materials and materials and connections as a whole. Of course, the big deal here, and going forward, we're talking about technology. Digital transformation is very key in the optimization value chain, right? So digitalization is a concept that I would show you just how Tenaris has applied the same. And of course, we're good. Okay. So yeah, I would show you how Tenaris has applied, this digital concept, and is trying to enable the workforce of the future, right? And then obviously, I've also mentioned there that, going forward, we can look for opportunities to go backward in the value chain, to add more capacity if the market is enabling, just to strengthen the capacity we have here, and then import those activities that are currently being done, out of Nigeria into Nigeria as a way of strengthening the value chain as well. I'm showing this case example because it's very vivid. You would see that, just on the chart on your right-hand side shows a cost savings from just the logistics optimization. Over the years, we have this profile of an international operating company that we've worked with. In peak operation, they were operating with 2 rigs, 10 wells per year on average, high logistics costs because of the back and forth, multiple handling. We had to thread the pipes, move the pipes to their yard. They move the pipes to Warri, and then move the pipes again to the rig facility. And this was really, something that in today's context, could, in today's context, we need to begin to think value optimization, logistics optimization, just to reduce, and make the ecosystem a bit more viable. And in that sense, what Tenaris did was, I'm showing the model below, where we were able to eliminate some processes, or we've been able to eliminate some of the processes in the value chain as a way of, integrating this process into our own aspects of the processes and improving the flow and getting the materials directly to the customer just on time, and avoiding the double handling. Of course, the benefit of this logistics optimization, apart from the fact that it saved over $200 per ton, so you can calculate that, over the life of the well or the string, from top to bottom, but it also improved logistics efficiencies and operational safety because of as a result of the movement. The other thing as well to highlight quickly is the digital concepts that we're thinking of going forward. We're already adopting this a lot in other regions of the world. In Nigeria, of course, we are still slow to embracing this sort of technology, but it really makes our life easy. You see the picture on the bottom that shows a typical manual process of tallying pipes, and you see the picture on the right-hand side that shows how we have integrated RFID technology, cloud services and mobile application, barcode technology, to be able to include barcodes on the pipes where you can, with your mobile phone, just scan the pipes and identify, those pipes. The idea for this is that it improves traceability, because traceability obviously is a big component of, optimizing the value chain, and also it improves accessibility of these pipes. Something else that also we would like to mention is we're also, moving away from, the manual ordering process to the point where we're having digital marketplaces where our customers can just go online and place orders, monitor their orders up until the orders get to their doorsteps. This way, you reduce all the inefficiencies that exist in the system with the ordering process. And we're also utilizing things like APIs, to integrate, our own systems with our customer systems so that we can talk in real time and we can collect information in real time. But this is also key because, going forward into the future, data is required. And, in a technology-enabled world, we could begin to look at data as the potential for gaining new insights, into, let's say, into how we can even optimize better, so with this sort of technologies in place, digital technologies in place, it can give you real-time information to help you make real-time decisions about your operations and your business. And I think that for marginal field operators with very slim cost structures or with the idea of cost optimization, I think these are the kind of things that can enable their ecosystem to thrive in a very cost-optimized way. The last one I will run very quickly is what we call Rig Direct. I've explained this concept previously, but this concept optimizes working capital. And the idea is that we hold the working capital as tenaries rather than the customer or the operator holding the working capital. It means that we bring the pipe just in time, we follow the full value chain of the pipe process and get the pipes to you just in time for your operation. So you do not have to hold these pipes on the ground, and this is, an extra cost to you, obviously, for withholding the pipes. You have no expertise in maintaining it, so you'd have to think of, maintaining the pipes when you're having them on the ground, and you can't react, and you can't react with let's say alternatives in the event that things like or occurrences like COVID happens. So we are going forward with this model because at the end of the day, you would only, it's a net invoicing model where I would only supply to you what you use, and I would only invoice to you what you have used. So that model kind of, goes, deviates from the traditional model of, holding pipes on the ground, maintaining the pipes, and trying to deal with all the headaches that come with managing pipe inventory, for instance. The idea is to reduce costs. The idea is to improve efficiencies, maximize operational safeties, and, going forward, optimize the, the useful life of the materials. In terms of drawbacks, a lot of speakers already spoke, but I would run through this. This is my last slide, so I'll try to run through it very quickly. The drawbacks are there. The biggest drawback is compliance with the regulatory laws, the local content laws, where we have massive imports into the country. For instance, in the pipe space, we continue to see imports into the country from China. And these imports don't add, they add zero value to in-country, let's say in-country capacity. And what that means is that you have a lot of very idle facilities Again, what happens is that you have lots of jobs, because obviously these jobs are not being, the jobs are being ceded to China as well, because the pipes are coming in from China or, the rest of the world where these finished pipes have been made. So this is a big issue. The government is working very closely, the regulatory bodies through NCDMB, is working very closely to address these issues. Recently, we're in discussions around reviewing the current local content law to ensure that, in the value chain or in the ecosystem, this sort of drawbacks, are eliminated, in the years to come. I think that for every let's say every entrepreneur out there or private business that wants to go into, business in the oil and gas space, I would suggest that, you get yourself a copy of this book, or at least understand the content of this book by going online and downloading, the local content law, because this gives you a guideline as to how you can play in the oil and gas industry and be successful at it. The other thing, obviously, Dr. Amy alluded to, is the case for poor infrastructure, which means that companies like Tenaris, companies like Ladol would have to kind of self-drive themselves in terms of power, in terms of all the other infrastructures that are required to operate their businesses successfully in country. And this is usually, a huge drawback even to other sectors of the oil and gas economy. The resistance to technology I already mentioned. I wouldn't go into it, but there's need that we begin to focus on, the future of the oil and gas from a smart perspective, from a technology-enabled perspective, to help us improve operational efficiencies, to help us increase reliability. Huge cost of funding. It's very clear, some of the reasons. We have interest rates, huge or high interest rates on loans, very short-term loans. So, a couple of the private sector participants would usually struggle with this. So there is need that, in a collaborative way, government begins to think of how to bring private sector funding, into bear in supporting the oil and gas industry to thrive, the ecosystem to thrive. The fact that we do not have projects as at now is also a big issue and continues to be, let's say, continues to impact the viability of the ecosystem. So it's important that, some of the decisions around the fiscals are resolved, quickly to enable the ecosystem to resume and thrive. The other big one that I probably would like to mention before I go into the way forward is the lack of collaboration of the industry. For marginal field operators, I think we should be thinking around concepts where we have, a consolidated hub where maybe you have all the pipes in there and, it acts as a supermarket. And instead of you to hold this inventory on the ground, you could just, collaborate together, have standard pipes like you can, access at any given time when you're requiring this. This way, it shortens the lead time for you of getting these materials from, out of the country into Nigeria. It also helps you, to optimize your own food chain. And eventually, it helps you to reduce, the total cost of ownership of your operation, by strengthening, an ecosystem that is very quickly adapted to respond to your need. Going forward, obviously, I already mentioned the fact that NCDMB is working very strongly to, change the laws in such a way that they would be able to persecute non-compliant participants. So I would encourage you, to do the right things by making sure that you comply with the law for in-country value when you're playing in this space. Creation of industrial parks, and this is something that the government is also taking very strongly. A couple of industrial parks are coming up in Bayelsa, in Cross River, in Akwa Ibom, and there are several more that are being developed as a response to the poor infrastructure that bedevils us in the country at the moment. Of course, more awareness and sensitization. Thank you to SPE. I think this is a good forum to have this message out there. I wouldn't speak about the loans, but obviously, it is something that needs to be critically thought about on how private sector can come in to partner with the government to strengthen the ecosystem financially and, make loans more accessible especially for small businesses. In general terms, we need a multi-layer agenda that is synergetic, that is enabled through collaboration, collaborating in the ecosystem to ensure that we continue to build a sustainable circular economy, in the future, that would be well-rounded and sustainable for the future. Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you so much, Rosario Osobase. That was quite detailed and incisive. Particularly get excited when I see challenges and solutions to go with them. So you're not leaving people wondering, so why were we in this, why did we attend? So we thank you immensely for proffering these solutions. We will continue to the second case study before we yield it back to Chooks to guide us through the Q&A session. But before that, we'll take the second case study. And this time we'll be looking at manufacturing in country, the Baker Hughes experience. Our speaker is a resilient, self-motivated, result-oriented supply chain professional and business analyst with leadership, marketing, project, purchasing and commercial experience in the upstream oil and gas sector. A graduate of electrical and electronic engineering from the University of Port Harcourt, and has a Master's of Purchasing and Supply Chain Management from the Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen. She has about 18 years postgraduate experience with 8 years in supply chain. She has a passion for development of local vendors that can compete favorably in the global scene. And of course, what that simply states is that passion and insight can also help marginal field operators and the vendors who work with them in understanding the success stories that she has to share. I'd like to welcome now Juliet Imo. She's joining us via Zoom. Juliet, zoom away. Can you please unmute yourself, Juliet? Unmute yourself, turn on your video.
Video is on. Can you see me now?
Brilliant. Take it away.
So thank you, Richmond, and thank you, SPE, for this wonderful opportunity. I do not take it lightly. So today we'll be talking about supply chain and its viability in the country, and of course how it supports the marginal operations of the marginal field in Nigeria. So there are various factors.
Juliet, can you please share your screen? Please share your screen. You have your slides, right? Please share your slide. Thank you.
I forgot, I thought I was actually in the room with somebody showing up the screen. Can you see my screen now, please? Hello, Richmond? Hello?
Yes, I can see it. Yes, Juliet, I can.
Hello? You can see it, yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can see your screen, yes.
Awesome. So today I will be looking at manufacturing in country, and I'll be sharing my experience working with some indigenous companies who operate in the manufacturing space. There are various factors that affect the successful development of marginal fields in Nigeria. Supply chain is definitely one of them. As a matter of fact, for every marginal field to be successful, it needs to pay attention to its supply chain costs. This includes purchase price, logistics, production costs, and so many other elements that make up the supply chain costs. However, today I will focus on purchasing, and specifically purchasing manufactured products, as finished items. So I'll be speaking mainly from my experience interacting with companies who operate in this space, indigenous companies who operate in this space. Now I'll give you a little bit of background here. A little bit of background to this. So the oil and gas industry in Nigeria spends millions of dollars annually procuring finished products. According to data by the NCDMB, it stated that they spend over $350 million annually on just bolts, nuts, gaskets, and flanges. So you can imagine how much we spend when you consider all the finished products that is used to support the oil and gas operations in Nigeria. And then apart from that, we also know that the market is huge, like was clearly stated by Rosario and the other panelists who had spoken before I came on board. The oil and gas sector still forms the major stay of Nigeria economy. So, and this is not going away anytime soon, at least in the next 10, 15 years, we're sure will still be the oil and gas industry most likely be one of the major contributors to the Nigerian economy. So, and then again, the Nigerian government has made it easier by setting up the NCDMB, who has a mission statement focused on the promotion of development and utilization of in-country capacities for the industrialization of Nigeria. So we have the market, and like Dr. Amy stated, we have no business getting finished products from outside the region, from outside the country. We have the market, we have the support of the government. So the problem now is, why do we example ourselves, the Baker Hughes and the likes of the Baker Hughes and probably the IOCs still fulfill most of our manufacturing needs by looking outward? That's the major problem that is being fixed. Now, still looking at the background, the improvement in Nigeria's manufacturing sector compared to other African countries, we'll see that between 1981 and 2018, there's been a decline in manufacturing in Nigeria. And this statistics shows manufacturing in the entire manufacturing sector in Nigeria. However, this definitely has an impact on manufacturing that supports the oil and gas industry. So there is a steady decline of manufacturing in Nigeria. And what are the reasons? Why are we having those problems? Now, this brings us to the supply chain drawbacks. The drawbacks to manufacturing in country. One of the major problems we face dealing with indigenous companies is capability. Now, there are so many things. As much as I'd like to support indigenous companies, there are so many things I cannot, unfortunately, have an indigenous company to manufacture for us. Not because I don't want to, but because they just do not have the capability to carry these things out. It's not in, it's probably not even in their long-term vision or in their short-term vision. And this, it's not unrelated to so many other external factors that they also cannot do anything about. So this problem, which is a major drawback, is something that we get to face every time we think about using an indigenous company to manufacture something for us. Another thing we could talk about is uncompetitive pricing. I'll give a case study in the next slide on the problems we have with capability, but I'll just run through these drawbacks, then go into the case study. So another problem we face is uncompetitive pricing, which of course is also related. Almost everything we have here in the drawbacks is interrelated. Uncompetitive pricing could be as a result of government policy, because the high cost of borrowing, high cost of production, poor infrastructural development, lack of skilled manpower, and of course the insecurity we get to face in the nation. All of this has to contribute to the pricing that the suppliers will share with us, or the contractors will share with us. And this, at the end of the day, you ask yourself, when you look at supply chain and the fact that marginal fields want to be profitable, or the profitability of a marginal field, you have to take into consideration the total cost of ownership. So you have to make a comparison between being a patriotic Nigerian by reaching out to an indigenous Nigerian firm versus sourcing for your finished product outside the country. Now, when you do your bid analysis and do your total cost of ownership, it might most times come out to be that it's actually cheaper buying, freighting, going through the custom hassles, and rather than buying through a local manufacturer. So this is a major problem for us as a company, or yes, a company who wants to remain competitive and profitable. And of course, we, as you are well aware, we also service the IOCs. So this is something the IOCs, of course, want to remain profitable. And then if we keep passing back on pricing that are higher, that are not competitive when you compare to what they get from outside the region, you find out that we might not be able to service our IOCs. We all work in a partnership. We all consider the most important thing for everyone who wants to do business is to remain profitable and keep increasing and growing in value, and being able to deliver to meet their customers' requirements and the need of their customers. So pricing is a major element when it comes to profitability, and of course, when you now consider the total cost of ownership, is also a major problem. Now, lack of quality assurance is another thing. Most times, there are some things we want to consider buying through a local company, and then the questions of, are we going to have the material traceability? If something goes wrong offshore, are we going to be able to pin that this is where this material came from? This is what happened to this material, and this is the reason why there was a failure offshore or a leak offshore. Most times we don't have that confidence. I'll give you an example. We still buy fasteners from outside Nigeria. And the question would always be, the reason is, if we buy them locally, we have very few companies who manufacture fasteners in country. But then if we try to patronize or make use of those companies, how sure are we that we have the right material sets? How sure are we that the proper quality consideration were put into quality process were put into consideration in the manufacture of those nuts or fasteners or bolts, whichever one you want to call them? Now these are concerns we have, and it makes us always go back to the original manufacturers to get fasteners from them, to get any other material or any other finished product we want to use in our operations. I also noticed that dealing with most of our local vendors, we find one of the problems we have with local or indigenous companies, the informal organizational structure. You cannot separate the CEO of a company from the quality manager, nor the HSE manager, nor the operations manager. We find situations where the CEO or managing director is doubling as commercial, doubling as quality. Problem with delegation. And of course, when a situation like this comes up, then we have situations where the manpower are not properly trained, because the CEO of the company wants to have an eye over everything and is too afraid to delegate. Sometimes I don't blame them, because they fear that there is no trust in the system. Let me use that word. There is no trust in the system. The owner of the indigenous company feels if he gives his employees enough information to run on their own, they might turn around to take the company away from him or take away his contracts from him. So I see that a lot, and I'm saying this based on my interaction with the suppliers or the vendors that I've been working with. So this is like my own personal experience working as a sourcing leader for Baker Hughes, the subsea services arm of the business. So I also see another problem I face with suppliers is the lack of manufacturing excellence. So most of our suppliers are content, or most of our contractors are content playing in the local arena. They don't think, how do I improve myself to be able to compete favorably in the region, at least the sub-Saharan Africa, considering how matured the oil and gas sector industry in Nigeria is. We should be playing in this region, in sub-Saharan Africa, in a very massive way. But we don't have this maturing manufacturing excellence. We don't have suppliers who bother with the need of their customers. We don't have suppliers who want to train their skill, their manpower to compete favorably outside the region. We don't even have, I think more, it all hinges on the fact that we don't even have the desire to progress to that level. So we don't bother with long-term investment. We are all playing at a short-term level where we want to, what is it for us now? I can't remember, I think it was Ocon, I'm not sure, who had stated that when somebody goes in for a marginal field, he doesn't have the resources to play and pick up data or gather data. The question in the mind of a typical indigenous company is, how soon am I going to make money? How soon will my bank check also get fat? And that is the reason why we lack manufacturing excellence. So we don't want to play. Nobody wants to think of investing long term. Okay, I'm going to set up this business, we'll start becoming, or we'll make more money, or it's going to outlive me. Maybe in the next 20 years, this equipment will pay itself, or in the next 10 years, this equipment is going to pay itself and begin to why the company stabilizes. We don't think that way. And because we don't think that way, we don't put a lot of details in the way we operate in our finished product, in our documentation, in our IT setup and technology setup, and of course in our CapEx. So these are the problems we have when, and all of these problems can actually be taken care of by the indigenous companies themselves, being able to manage their, improve on their capability, being able to, okay, the young competitive pricing also has an external factor to it, but the lack of quality assurance is something that's internal, that can be handled internally, and then setting up a more formal organizational structure is something that can be handled internally, as well as an improvement in the manufacturing excellence of these companies is also an internal factor. However, most of the suppliers and most of the companies we work with would always point to the fact that they are handicapped with regards to the things I have mentioned or the drawbacks we see in manufacturing in country. Government policies have come as number one. High cost of borrowing. We're still operating in the double digits in Nigeria with getting cost of borrowing still in the double digits. High cost of production. Rosario mentioned the fact that a lot of companies still, so I mean, in my company, we don't have any, we don't get electricity from the national grid. We run the power supply in the facility in Onne 24/7 on our generators. How many local or how many indigenous companies can afford to do this, especially if they have very heavy duty equipment that need over 1,000 kVA to operate on? So these are the problems. This is where the government has to do something about it. And I want to come up, another problem we have is skilled manpower. I've also noticed that most times, the indigenous companies who do very well are indigenous companies who employ experts. I'm sorry to say this, but this is, like I stated, this is me talking of my own personal experience dealing with the local suppliers or the indigenous companies in Nigeria. So if you are dealing with an indigenous company that has experts in their employees, amongst their employees, it's usually a lot better and easier than when you have 100% 100% indigenous company with no experts in it. So this is a problem. And why is this? Why did I put this as an external factor? Because there's so much gap between what we learn in schools and universities in our country versus what the industry expects. Now, the companies, the indigenous company cannot do anything about this because they do not dictate the curriculum in our universities. However, this is where the Nigerian University Commission has to come in to play. I remember back in the days when I was in university, we used to make fun of the fact that in the 21st century, we were still studying Fortran and some of engineering curriculum that had no business still remaining in our curriculum. So these are problems that are being faced by most indigenous companies who probably do not have enough fund or the capital to start employing experts. And then again, employing experts is not the way forward. We need to begin to look at how to train our manpower to have the spirit of excellence when it comes to manufacturing. And this is something that the government, the IOCs, and of course, all the indigenous companies, and then looking at the marginal field operators will have to play a part in. So maybe we'll begin to drive, tell the university commissions what is actually required in the industry so that they will update their curriculum to suit. Another problem we face, external problem or external factor, is poor infrastructural development. Now, we say in the office that sometimes it's easier to move an item from the UK to Nigeria than to move an item from Oshogo, for instance, to our facility in One. And why is that? Because the roads are horrible. I work in One, so sometimes when we're going back home or coming to work, we see containers that have fallen, and I say to myself, these are containers that probably are coming from somewhere in Singapore or UK. They didn't have any boat mishap or vessel mishap, and then they just move from one airport to Port Harcourt, into Port Harcourt, the container is falling and everything, the contents of the container is being destroyed. That is a problem. But if the roads were better, it's easier to move things from Lagos to Port Harcourt instead of going to UK to buy the same thing. We have a manufacturing facility, not ours, but one of the vendors we use, the Nigerian Machine Tools in Oshogo. Sometimes we have problems moving things from there to our facility in One because of one problem or the other. And this is all hinged on the poor infrastructure development, and that is poor road networks. And again, another problem we see is insecurity, vandalism, and community unrest and all of that. All of these have major parts to play when it comes to manufacturing in country. I mean, a local company or an indigenous company who have a timeline to meet, who come to work one day and the community have closed the facility, they are unable to go in, and then we drag on maybe for weeks before a resolution will come, and after that resolution will come at a cost. So all of this, of course, has a part to play on especially the competitive pricing of local companies who operate in the manufacturing sector. Now, I'll give an example of a problem we have experienced sometimes. This is, when it comes to probability, we'll have a lot more, but I'll just zero in on this particular one of a non-conforming product and the impact it had on our business. So following a bidding process, which unfortunately, speaking to the fact that a lot of us local indigenous companies are unable to manufacture a lot of the items that is needed in the oil and gas sector. I experienced this here. So we wanted to manufacture something, and because of the weight of the item, we decided it was going to be cheaper or faster, or to be more, to be beneficial to us all if we manufacture that product in country. We thought it was a simple enough product. So we sent out the request to identified suppliers or indigenous companies. Unfortunately, it took a while before we got the feedback. Most of the other suppliers came back with a decline that they were not unable to manufacture it. Eventually, we found one supplier who said we're going to be able to manufacture it. So yes, we had a meeting, we discussed, the supplier seemed to understand the requirements. So we went ahead with the PO to issue the supplier the PO. So the supplier, what the supplier said. Now the manufacturing process took 6 weeks, which was factored into the overall timeline of the project we were working on at that time. However, and then eventually the supplier delivered the goods, and then during goods inward inspection, we discovered the item was inconsistent with the specification that we had provided. A non-conformance report was raised, and at the end of the day, which took some days between quality and engineering, we got an engineering disposition that the item should be rejected. Now we have to start all over again. We now down the laws that we couldn't do this in country. So we have to go through the process of manufacturing it outside the country, and of course that cost us a lot of time. Then during the, for what we do, one of the things we do is most times when we come across cases like this, we usually set up a root cause analysis investigation to find out actually what went wrong. And what was cited during the, at the end of the day, was that the supplier did not understand the specification and drawing. We did not charge the supplier anything for this, but what we did not pay the supplier for this particular work because we did not use it. That means the vendor, the indigenous company, lost money. That's one. And then it cost us a total of 21 weeks, and which cost the project a total of 21 weeks. We're also lucky that we didn't get an LD's landowners because it was something that was also, it helped that it was an EPC project that was yet to be. So we're gathering spares at this moment. Because it also cost us engineering and quality man hours to resolve the issue, go through the non-conformance and get a disposition. So we had to start the bidding process all over, now looking outward. And then the bidding process took about 1 week. We got a new manufacturing time of 8 weeks. Freight and customs, it was giving us a total of 21 weeks. Yeah, there are cases also where we've seen where we've taken some items offshore, had a leak, and it was traced back to the fact that maybe an indigenous company did not do what they were supposed to do, or something was mixed along the line. And this is something we get to face sometimes. Now, I will take up another case study, and this one actually broke my heart, as a matter of fact, because of the time we had taken out to ensure that this went well. We're going to carry out an EPC project sometime in 2018, 2019. So, based on the support of the Nigerian Content Management Monitoring Board, it was agreed that a certain part of this EPC project will be domiciled in country, and we're going to use local indigenous companies to carry out the manufacturing process. Now, the drawing, the design happened. We used the design stage was completed. We identified some major players in the manufacturing sector in Nigeria to send the bid request to. We had a cross-functional bid review team was set up, cutting across various locations in Africa East. Then, but before the bidding process began, we had to set up a meeting. A lot of people tuned in virtually with each of the identified vendors, one-on-one. We talk about it. The drawings were shared. With each stage, we had presented a PowerPoint slide showing the stage of different stages, the three-dimensional model, the drawings, the engineering drawings, to each of these vendors, and we asked them to ask questions. We asked them for clarification. We shared with them what we expected from them, and also shared with them what we would be offering. And then we gave 6 weeks. And the question was asked, do you think 6 weeks is good enough for you to turn around your bid? Across board, it was agreed that 6 weeks was good enough. Okay. 6 weeks after, vendor Y submits a 1-page PDF file. Even though we had shared a template, commercial template, as well as what we expected for them to send us what they understand, their own interpretation of the engineering drawing. We didn't get the template that was originally shared. We did not get any interpretation from the vendor that he or the company understood what we wanted from them. We had expected them to share with us because we had offered to give some of the materials that we knew we were going to be able to source. We're going to free issue to them. So I wanted them to come back to us with an understanding of the bill of materials to show, okay, this is what you say you're going to give to us, and this is what we are expected to bring with regards to materials that we're going to bid for. I was disappointed. I felt horrible because I was going to present this to my colleagues who were outside the country. it broke my heart as a matter of fact, because apart from the meetings we had with the individual vendors or the identified vendors, I was their go-to person. I was their local rep in Nigeria. And I got a lot of questions back. So the suppliers or the vendors kept coming back to me to ask for clarification. And the ones I could answer, I did. The ones I couldn't answer, I connected them with the engineering team or the project team, depending on where the question was coming from, for clarification, for further clarification. So I had expected something better. But then what happens? We get this. And that was it. This was there, of course, this had no impact on data use at the end of the day, but then the vendor lost the opportunity to impact a global audience and be considered for future opportunities. And with the fact that I'd love to see indigenous company play in this space, we support the Mozambique operations from Nigeria, we support Ghana sometimes. I would like to see a situation where our local vendors are the ones I'm reaching out to support the Mozambique operations, rather than me having to go to the UK or having to go to Singapore to get support. Now, going back to the external factors, discussing external factors, most suppliers would tell you that the Nigerian policy is favorable to doing business in Nigeria. We all know that. I'm not going to dwell here. But Dr. Amy had alluded to the fact that we should take the bulls, grab the bull's horns, and then begin to drive our businesses ourselves. Isn't it time for us to continue to complain? This is the situation we find ourselves in. We have external factors, but then how do we remedy this? What do we do to ensure that our business continues to flourish and thrive, irrespective of the fact that we have government policies that affect the ease of doing business in Nigeria? So I wouldn't dwell so much on this, but indigenous companies need to begin to look beyond this and begin to find a way to exist with or without the unfavorable government policies. So I'll be talking about the way forward. NCDMB has a major role to play in the manufacturing sector when we speak to indigenous companies who support the oil and gas business or industry in Nigeria. They need to begin to enforce their mission statement. It is their statement. They want to see the industrialization of Nigeria by Nigeria. How do they enforce this? How do they make this happen? They need to continue to partner with the other government agencies to ensure that there is an enabling environment to support the growth of the manufacturing sector in Nigeria, especially to the manufacturing sector with regards to the oil and gas industry. So the NCDMB needs to play a major role there. Yes, I'm happy that they begin to talk about the Nigerian Oil and Gas Pact scheme, but they need to also do more. Now, the Nigerian Oil and Gas Pact scheme is there. It's under construction everywhere. But then we also look at the fact that if the Nigerian manufacturing sector goes into these pacts, and they still have to deal with multiple taxations, they still have to deal with the premium they have to pay to use those facilities, the pacts. They still have to deal with the fact that they cannot compete favorably with other manufacturing companies, or rather countries outside of Nigeria. What use would the Nigerian Oil and Gas Pact be at the end of the day if we still have to go outside the shores of Nigeria to buy things because of uncompetitive pricing from the local vendors who are using the Nigerian Oil and Gas Pact because of so many other policies that are not in place, because of the poor infrastructural development, because of multiple taxation, because of still very high cost of funding. So not just setting up the Nigerian Oil and Gas Pact scheme, they also need to play in other enabling environments to ensure that at the end of the day, we have a better enabling environment that would help the indigenous company to play in the global field. Now then, the suppliers, the customers, the IOCs, the likes of the Cahis also need to begin to develop suppliers in such a way that the suppliers get better at what, or the vendors get better at what they do. And then we're talking about the formalized organizational structure and the human capacity development training. These are very key areas to focus on. Our local vendors will have to, or local indigenous companies will have to begin to set apart projects that will help their employees to be able to deliver better. They should be able to empower them to carry out a lot of things. We need to take them outside the country to undergo training, to invite people down to Nigeria to carry out training for them so that they will be prepared and well developed to play in the space that we are actually going to. And then, of course, the developing of manufacturing excellence. This is something that should be looked into. SPE, thanks for what you do. Maybe the next time we should look into this manufacturing excellence and how it plays out in the oil and gas industry, and of course the support of the supply chain as a whole. So I'll be taking an example of the pay-per-use approach. Recently,
Can I have your attention, Juliet? Can you please begin to wind down? We are pressed for time now. Thank you so much.
So I'll just talk a little bit about the what we have decided to do with helping the indigenous company. So we go through a design modification. Instead of the big assembly we're looking at, we'll break them into little bits so that our indigenous companies will be able to bid and as well be a part of the manufacture this product. This is our own approach to support the indigenous companies. We free issue materials, knowing it might be a little bit difficult for the indigenous companies to source for these materials. And then we provide technical support. So for any major manufacturing process we want to go through, we get our quality and engineering team to be residents in the local indigenous companies facility for the period of time while the job is going on. And of course, we go through regular meetings just to make sure that everything is how it's supposed to be. And if other companies will adopt the same approach, I believe it's going to be a lot more easier for our indigenous companies to begin to play in the indigenous field, in the global field, with regards to the support of oil and gas in country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Juliet, for that very informative presentation. You started with the major drawbacks, to manufacturing in country. Highlighted capability, uncompetitive pricing, lack of QA/QC, government policy, lack of infrastructure, and of course something that's peculiar to this country, insecurity. You also highlighted on the way forward, which we really appreciated, on the NCDMB enforcing their mission statement, infrastructure development, our roads, the power sector, and of course human capacity development. And of course, earlier we had Ms. Rosario on stage here with me. She spoke about how Tenaris' success can be attributed to how you leveraged on collaboration with IOCs, local content development, continuous OCTC value chain optimization, technology, transitioning from manual ordering to the digital marketplace, and of course, working capital optimization. So those were two very brilliant presentations and case studies as well. And right now we're going to move into the Q&A session, which will be very brief because we're pressed for time. But first of all, I would quickly like to see the results of our earlier poll so that we can use that as a precursor to our Q&A session. It's pretty small on the screen. Oh, thank you so much, Richmond. So, yeah, the question was, which of the following do you think poses the biggest challenge to supply chain management in the industry? And the availability of materials in country took the lead with 38% of the votes, followed closely by complex tendering and bidding process. So it's clear that our audience also believes that the fact that we don't have, these materials being manufactured in country poses a huge problem in the supply chain space in the country. So I'll just quickly go to our first question from Chioma. I'll just ask this question. I address it to both of you. Rosario, you can go first for a few minutes, and then Juliet. So Chioma is asking, the availability of technology in country is a challenge to the supply chain of many industries. What is your thought about collaboration between the Education Ministry and corporations to provide a curriculum and facilities to provide relevant education and training?
Okay, thank you so much, Chooks, for your question, and thanks, Chioma. I think it's a very relevant question. I don't know.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, it's. I think it's a relevant question because obviously the workforce of the future is a workforce that should be enabled to thrive in an ecosystem that we have, like the ones we've described. And obviously, key stakeholder or multiple stakeholder collaborations are very necessary. However, there are a lot of structures already in place, a lot of processes around capacity development, and knowledge transfer that can be leveraged with the relevant ministries, and MDAs, for instance, to strengthen, let's say, skill acquisition and technology transfer, knowledge transfer, to the right or targeted populace. So, as an instance, I would say that the example that comes to mind, or the immediate point that comes to mind, is the fact that with the NTDMB, for instance, there are a lot of ongoing initiatives around capacity development. And, from the point of view of the MDAs, it's key that they begin to align all of these initiatives, from the different MDAs and the different ministries to ensure that, they have a very targeted and focused approach towards knowledge building, towards capacity development, and towards skill acquisition in general terms. Obviously, in the past, we've seen the trend where there were several acquisition centers, scattered around the country. For some reason, I'm not sure why in recent times they've not thrived as they should, but I think we need to go back to that model where we're getting people, off the streets and training them, in different skill sets, for the industry and even the wider economy at large. For sure, I agree, with the position that collaboration is key, but the interagency collaboration is key, and then obviously stakeholder collaboration together with several, let's say, educational bodies like the universities can champion this cause. As probably as just for the benefit of the audience, there is a recent initiative led by the NTDMB, the Research and Development Fund, a $50 million intervention fund that is available, and willing for available for participants who are interested in, investigating R&D, as a solution towards strengthening the ecosystem. These are some of the funds that, universities together with the collaborating agencies can approach the board with, with a very strong and viable research, let's say, research area, as a way of building not just the research area, the knowledge base that's there, and as well proposing capacity that would be required, or capacity, let's say, the capacity gaps that would need to be fixed for, let's say, the ecosystem to thrive in the future from a human capacity development perspective.
Thank you so much for that. Indeed, tech is the future of work, and R&D plays a major role in that. So, Ms. Juliet, I'll be asking you another question. This is coming from Mr. or Mrs. Unknown. So, what is your take on the application of the lowest bidder rule set by the industry, as this often leads to poor quality job delivery, low performance, which eventually ends up stifling the growth of local and indigenous vendors?
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll take this from two perspectives. I've seen both play at play. We've seen situations where I've had to deal with indigenous companies who I asked this simple question: do you even know the costs of what you're doing? As in, you see a bid, and then the pricing on the bid is alarming. With the idea that I have of what the item is, the should cost analysis that had been put into consideration, and then you see somebody sending me the bid, and then it's like 100% or 200% more than what you had for your should cost analysis. So what this speaks to is the fact that the person who prepared the bid did not take into consideration or probably did not have an understanding of the requirements or what it would take to succeed in that bid. So we see such cases. Then we also see cases where people underbid because they do not understand the requirements. We also see such cases. Now, the decision to go with the lowest bidder, it's not actually the best decision most times. And when you see disparities between bidder A, bidder B, bidder C, this makes me most times take a breather, have a meeting, and then begin to discuss, do you even understand what this is about? Most times we've been beaten, most times we've fallen into the temptation of going with the lowest bidder, and of course, sometimes it comes back biting us. That has happened. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but it has happened. But what I'm saying here is, it is not actually the best approach. As much as possible, make sure, that's why we always advocate for us to have the should cost analysis. That will always help us to make our decision, to know who is actually doing the right thing, who is bidding correctly, who has a good interpretation of the requirements of the scope. That helps us. So it's not a very good approach. It actually stifles development, as a matter of fact. But then speaking to almost all of us who are here, the marginal field operators, the IOCs, that is not actually the best approach when it comes to bidding and the review of bids. We have also gone ahead to give contracts to suppliers who had a higher bid than other suppliers just because they gave us more confidence with the fact that they had a better understanding of the scope of work that was out there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I think in addition to the points that she's made, I think a strong point towards moving away from the lowest bidder approach towards awarding contracts is really focused on the total cost of ownership of the operation. For instance, if you're buying a unit component and it will cost you $10, but in overall terms, getting that component or that product, would also cost you, maybe an additional cost, to your overall operations of an additional $10, then it begins to make sense that you look at every single aspect or process in the value chain to see where you eliminate the redundancies and improve your overall total cost of ownership. I think this is the key model going forward, in response to the times, in response to the situation that COVID has, arisen.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree with you. So I'll just ask one more question, and if you and Juliet can just take 1 minute, 1 to 2 minutes to just answer this question. Juliet can go first, and then you would round up. This question is also from Choma. I don't know if it's the same Choma. It goes: Are imported pipes able to compete because they are less expensive? Is there anything to be done to make the in Nigeria option more price competitive? And she says, in her opinion, that this is the only way to discourage imports. So just share your, Ms. Juliet, I would like you to share your thoughts on that, and then Rosario round up.
Okay, so
Ms. Juliet, are you with us? Okay.
Ms. Choma, answering your question, First of all, we need to understand that we do not have a commercially viable steel manufacturing sector in the country. That's one. So most times we have to get finished pipe products, especially when it comes to the kind of pipes that we want to use for sea, for instance, or used to, most times they have to be cladded with something. We end up doing this, importing them. And the cost of importation, they are pipes, so you have to pass, it's heavy, the cost of importation, the customs duty that have to be paid on those items, even if we want to go locally. And then of course, the local value that has to be added to it, the value, you have to add value to this pipe when it comes in country. It's quite difficult for the indigenous firm to play globally in this area because of the cost. However, what can we do about this? Back to the government policies. Back to the government policies. This is a major part that the government has to do. The government should make it set it up in such a way that there are incentives. There are incentives to allow the local indigenous companies to be competitive in these situations. The government has a major role to play. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So, Rosario, your thoughts?
Okay. From my own perspective, right, imports of pipes, generally finished pipes, obviously, are hurting the economy. You know, largely hurting the economy from an infrastructural development perspective or a capacity development, largely hurting the economy from, an economic standpoint as well as a human capacity development standpoint. The point really, going forward to make us, more competitive and make imports less attractive really lies in the hands of, the regulators to ensure that they regulate the space in such a way that imports brought into this country are sanctioned, penalties are placed, grave penalties are placed for imports, especially for finished products where the capacity exists locally. If the capacity does not exist locally, of course, you still have, the right to bring in those pipes until that capacity is created, or enabled in Nigeria, which is, I think, the point of optimizing the value chain in the first place. For us, if we bring in plain-ended pipes and we're threading them here, then there is a cost, the local content aspect of it, of doing that job in country. So competing versus someone who's bringing the pipes from China, for instance, we would be very less competitive. But if sanctions are placed for someone importing casings, that we have several facilities to be able to do it in country here, then I think it will deter those imports into the country in the first place, and obviously encourage a thriving, manufacturing system here to continue to grow and add further capacity to the point where we will get to the stage where we would be able to trade, or trade, not just trade, but let's say manufacture plain-ended pipes here and even begin to export to the African continent using or leveraging the AFTA agreement, for instance. I think this is my view on that point, and I think it's a strong point because if we continue to let imports in, we will continue to lose the capacity in country and will continue to not develop an active workforce for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. It's obvious, and you're right, that the government indeed needs to be more firm on their stance in imports, or importation of any products that we can actually source for in country. Thank you so much for that, Rosario. Thank you, Juliet. And Richmond, over to you.
And thank you to Chooks for coordinating that Q&A session for us. Thank you so very much. Quickly, before we close for today, I just want to pass it on to our Lagos section chairman, who would give us the concluding remarks from today's proceeding. Over to you now, Michael Oyere.
Yeah. Please confirm you see my video.
No.
Turn it on. I'm here to see it. I'm seeing your... Now I can see your video, yes. Now I can see your name. Now I can see your video.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
As always, you've been exceptional today. Well done. I'll try to keep this short, as I'm aware I'm standing in the way of a lot of us and lunch. It's been quite an interesting session so far. So I want to believe we've all experienced an array of exceptionally seasoned industry professionals today, and we've had very engaging conversations. Therefore, on behalf of SP Nigerian Council and the Lagos Section Board, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to each and every one of them, the distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Austin Olorunshola, who shared great insights around marginal field profitability, taking us through 12 typical processes, considerations, checklists for investors in the marginal oil field. He also left us with 9 tips for sustained profitability. Very special thanks to our panelists as well, Mr. Wale Olafison, Mr. Effiong Okon, Mr. Akimbombo Ibidapo Ube, Dr. Osibanjo Olumuyiwa, Mr. Fred Usifo, and the very professional moderator, Ifeoma Fini. They all consolidated on the keynote presentation and provided their extensive wealth of experience, cutting across their various organizations. Thank you all once again. Moving to our afternoon session, I would like to appreciate our special guest presenter, Dr. Ami Jadesimi, who gave us a very resonating presentation on maximizing supply chain viability in country. She did this with a different perspective that focused on increasing our local content capacity. Thank you. Let me also appreciate our poster session presenters, Mrs. Rosario Osabase and Mrs. Juliet Imo, who respectively discussed case histories from Tenaris and Baker Hughes, highlighting the gains of local content and in-country manufacturing. I also deeply appreciate our very own Chukskeri for facilitating this session. Not forgetting our ever supportive SP Nigerian Council Chairman, Mr. Olatunji Okinwumi, and the entire SP Nigerian Council. Also very critical to our success today are the members of this events planning committee, ably led by Mrs. Elesia Zewanne. I am sure that all the hard work has yielded the much desired outcome of a successful day one event. Lastly, I would like to deeply appreciate everyone for attending today's event and for actively participating in the polls as well as via the chats with your questions and comments. My hope is that we have grown in the understanding of the optimal strategies required to successfully and profitably develop and operate marginal fields. As we look forward to tomorrow's session, where we hope to have another round of very exciting discussions on the theme, I crave your indulgence to join us even while enjoying the comforts of the recently declared public holiday. Let me also take this opportunity to wish our Muslim brothers and sisters a wonderful celebration in advance. Please continue to stay safe and see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you. Back to you, Richard.
Okay, so thank you all very much. There you have it. Remember that the Nigerian Council of SPE sponsored this event. So as we close this afternoon, whatever food you're eating in your house or office was sponsored by SPE. Just take it from us. Take it like that. Enjoy it. And when we come back tomorrow morning, tell us that you really did enjoy it. 9 a.m. is the call time tomorrow. I'll see you until then. Bye-bye for now. MC. Thank you so much. No, thank you.
SPE Nigeria Council presents Annual Technical Symposium 2021, 11th to 12th May 2021, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. West African timing. Team: Successful Marginal Field Development in Nigeria, Holistic Strategy from Acquisition to Profitability. Mr. Austin Olorunshola, Keynote Speaker. Special Guest Presenters: Engineer Saki Owalu, Dr. Amy Jadesimi, Engineer Kelechi Ojoko, John Pringle, Ademola Adeyemi Beru. Panel Section 1, Technical and Economic Consideration for Marginal Field Development. Panel Section 1, Moderator Ifeoma Fini, Efeom Okon, Wale Olafisan, Akimbambo Ibidapo Obey, Oshibanjo Olumuyiwa, Fred Osivo. Panel Session 2, Acquisition of Oil and Gas Assets, Deriving Optimal Value from Acquired Assets, Valuation, Operation and Capacity Challenges and Solutions. Panel Session 2, Moderator, Professor Fumi Iledare, Prince Abangu, Thank God Ede, Emeka Ene, Ifeanyi Izuka, Lare Odusote. Case History Session, Rosario Sabbese, Juliet Imo. Register via ats.spe nigeriacouncil.org. SPE Nigeria Annual Technical Symposium. SBE Nigeria cancelled. presents Annual Technical Symposium 2021, 11th to 12th May 2021, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. West African timing. Team: Successful Marginal Field Development in Nigeria. Holistic Strategy from Acquisition to Profitability. Mr. Austin Olorenshola, Keynote Speaker. Special Guest Presenters: Engineer Saki Awalu, Dr. Amy Jadesimi, Engineer Kelechi Ojoko, John Pringle, Ademola Adeyemi Beru. Panel Section 1: Technical and Economic Consideration for Marginal Field Development. Panel Section 1: Moderator Ifeoma Fini, Effiong Okon, Wale Olafisan, Akimbambo Ibidapo Obey, Oshibanjo Olumuyiwa, Fred Osivo. Panel Section 2: Acquisition of Oil and Gas Assets, Deriving Optimal Value from Acquired Assets, Valuation, Operation and Capacity Challenges and Solutions. Panel Session 2: Moderator Professor Fumi Iledare, Prince Adango, Thank God Ede, Emeka Ene, Ifeanyi Izuka, Lare Odusote. Case History Session: Rosario Sabbese, Juliet Imo. Register via ats.spe nigeriacouncil.org. SPE Nigeria Annual Technical Symposium.